my chat. Hi. Good morning.
Hi.
Good morning.
You
Good
know, I didn't even
morning.
announce that I'm live on my server. I'm a bad
Oh
streamer.
no, you're doing so good. You're doing so good. Trust. My goodness! Congratulations to Apex for getting first in my chat, and also good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night.
Boing lines.
Wow. Yeah, that's so real and true. Okay.
Just realized I still had intro music on. Everyone here's gonna. I don't even have the game audio on. I'm just.
Yeah, they can't see my game yet.
You guys suck.
Okay, well,
I know you do.
I don't know. It's like an interactive experience. Like we can all watch my game open together. It feels more it feels more personal that way.
Me?
Turn that off.
Me?
I remember
Hi,
what we were
dear.
doing last.
Congrats on getting first. Yeah, Loki, I told somebody that I was doing master mode and they're like, "Oh my god, really? Like what how far did you get?" And I was like, I sure don't remember.
We haven't even beat the first boss yet. I
We
don't
haven't?
think.
Only played for 4 hours.
Oh. Oh, that's I feel like that's
Sword, do you
usual.
remember what I was doing? Was I doing Ranger or Melee?
Ugly ass house.
The house wasn't ugly.
He's not gonna live past today.
Oh, are you gonna kill him?
He just might. Just maybe.
I can't even get out of the basement.
You
Serves
suck.
you right.
That's what you get, bitch.
Whoa.
Am I Chomp?
You are Chomp.
I guess.
Oh, I didn't even join the pink team and it just said I was here. Oh my god! Hi, Azu! Azu, do you like our house?
Say no.
If the answer is yes, I built it. If the answer is no, Icy built it.
Alright, I'm leaving, guys.
Wait,
I'm going to bed.
wait, no, come back.
It's time for me to go to
Oh,
bed.
come back. No, you're so awake. Okay. I got a flink staff. Oh, it's throwing. Hold on. Okay.
Thank you,
Okay,
Azu.
looking good. It looks good. Yo! I heard Foss was shaving it all off. My hair?
What else would you be shaving it?
He's saving Zora dry.
What? Don't ever say that.
I don't really know what you said, actually.
I don't know either, man.
Oh, I got 3 bunnies in my pocket. I've got a fishing rod. Okay, I need to get boots, and I need to get life crystals. I think that would be so awesome.
So we gotta go fish. No, I mean, we could go fishing.
I love fishing. I love walking all the way across the world.
Boss, follow me.
Oh,
follow Gojo.
Okay, I'm following Gojo. Thank you for lurking, Asu. Also, good morning. I think it's morning. Good
Is she Billy the Kid here? Is she Billy the Kid here? If you talk to him and ask for the quest, it tells you what the quest is.
Wait, why is he here? Why is he not?
I'm not gonna question that
I
part
built
yet.
a nice little house for him all the way by the ocean.
You gotta tell them to move there,
And
so
he
I'll make him move at some point. No, he hates the area because he doesn't like being next to like the Armsdale and stuff.
Oh, well, I gotta go fishing some honey.
And the honey is only found in the jungle. So if you go get
that's
that fish,
so awesome. No, don't worry. I'll go get it for all of us. Don't even worry.
Well, you can only carry one at a time.
No, but you put one in your trash can.
All right, you're smart.
Yeah, I got that from Zora.
I wasn't sure if you knew how the fishing worked. I'm gonna be honest.
You also gotta get like the money trough, and then you can just have as many as you want.
We haven't got a bunny trough yet. But if you want to go fishing, doing his quests are like the best thing.
Okay, I'm going fishing. I can what?
Or?
Or?
I don't know if this is the real or not. So
Wait, no,
you
tell
might
me
be
your
able to.
fake news.
No.
Come on.
So when you
Yo!
take a piggy bank, does it take the money out of it? Because you can just put the piggy bank down, put the fish in it, and
Piggy bank works.
then that'll work.
It's the same thing as a money shaft or what the fuck is its name? The little chest thing from
Chester.
Chester.
Chester. They're all connected to the same thing, so it all works. I'm the resident expert of Terraria. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
So yeah, like
Oh.
that.
How many times have you beat this game?
You want to know the truth? Probably like twice, but like I know. Well, that's
Oh.
not because I don't want. That's not because I wanted to. But every time I got far into the game, the groups I was part of stopped playing, so I learned everything except for
Oh.
fighting the final boss. So that's kind of sad.
You never played by yourself?
I used to a lot, but I never.
And
I
you
used to
never
play a lot.
beat it?
Well, when I played by
Uh-huh.
myself, the final boss wasn't the final boss that it is now. It was another boss that I don't think you know the name of, so I don't want to spoil it.
Oh. I only know the moon fella. I never got to him though.
I mean, fair enough.
Okay,
We'll
thank
get
you.
to him this time.
Surely.
I don't really know what I'm doing.
Well, you want
I
to
don't really know
go
what you're
get some
doing
life
either.
crystals?
Not really.
You want to? I don't know.
Do you wanna
Do
go
something.
build? Do you wanna go build
I don't
in
know.
other
I'm not
biome?
building a white
Biomes?
castle.
Go build in the desert.
Build somewhere.
Mm,
Listen, I built the ocean thingy, and now it's your turn to build something.
I don't really feel like it.
You don't feel like
Yeah.
building. You don't feel like getting life crystals.
I just don't feel like doing very much.
Okay, well, can you please lock in?
I'm locked in.
Very
I
convincing.
don't know. Build the arena better.
Mm,
Hi, Shrimp! Oh my goodness.
Boss, what armor do you have?
I have a flinx fur coat and then a cactus helmet and cactus leggings.
So you don't really got good armor. Okay.
It's, you know,
it's the best we can do right now.
well,
I
the
have flat
flinx
armor.
coat is good because now I can have 2 flinxes. So
Well, that's good. So we probably want to make you flinx armor or obsidian armor.
There's only a coat.
Oh. We could probably make you obsidian armor.
oh,
That'd be good for summoner.
need a swanky hat.
I think. I don't know if Zora was doing magic or melee.
I'm just here.
Need
That's
you-
nice, sweetie.
Yeah, you know what? I'm about to start treating you like an old man.
Okay, this is not okay.
You act like one. I don't know what's going on. Look at me here.
You
I got other
too.
options.
What?
I hope no
Man
one
doesn't even know where the
backflips
hell
on
he
me.
is.
You hope what?
I hope no one backflips on me.
You literally are an old man at this point.
My back
For
hurts.
real. Oh yeah, you are very old man coded.
Don't say that.
Oh sorry, you don't want to help me
Thank you
find
for
honey?
Yeah, where you at?
I'm in the jungle.
Oh, I know where honey is.
You
Give me a
do?
second. I found 2 beehives.
You did?
Why do I run so slow?
We're at the. We only played for 4 hours. I can't see or hear any video.
I had to be doing.
Is that regular? Okay, can you not say you suck?
Oh. Sorry.
Where's the Una reverse guard? Because he acts. Zora.
Fuck, I just ran halfway there and teleported home.
You
That's
dumbass.
I
awesome.
don't know what's going
Hi,
on.
Skinway. Rose, you're pretty good at Terraria, right? Can you give me some good luck? Get shadow banned. I don't particularly want them to get shadow banned.
That's okay.
Why are you guys typing in the chat?
Okay. I don't know what you're paying attention to. Probably the wrong
See,
thing.
Okay.
Paying attention to her like the actual streamer code that she is.
Mm-hmm.
Neither one of us streamer coded, so we don't pay
Can't even
attention.
read.
I have a degree in reading.
Wait,
Really?
you're telling me that False never
Yes.
learned how to read?
No,
Exactly.
no. I can read very well. I've probably read more than you.
I find that hard to believe, actually, because I read a lot.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe not.
Yeah, you just got mogged on.
I read, like, every day.
Oh, I don't be doing that. Like
You
novels?
read a little bit of everything, honestly.
Reddit threads.
Well, that's
Yo! That's so awesome. Hi, Carrot. Good morning.
I like reading.
I
Oh.
feel so good.
I'm gonna start sending novels to Zora.
He's not gonna read them.
Oh, they're all gonna be voiced in
Are you gonna send him
Sending
like
the
a Kindle?
Yeah.
But it's just like I open it up and the wallpaper is just your butt cheek.
Yeah.
Ew, what?
That's how I send them stuff.
Oh, that's kind of nice. You know those birthday
yeah.
cards that like you open and then they like start singing?
It's like monkey noises start playing.
I'm gonna send them one when he opens. It's just gonna smell like my armpits. Yeah, sure.
Why
What?
would you ever say that?
I don't know.
That's unfortunate.
I do not want my birthday card.
Oh.
You're gonna get it.
Condolences. Gojo got murked. I'm so tired of editing. Set me free. Carrot, just like
Quit your
take a
job.
break. Yeah,
Get
nobody
Get back
will.
to it.
Oh, like you could just not.
No, you're locked in
just,
the
like,
basement.
You could just
I don't
like
know who
take a
you're editing
sick
for, but you're locked in
day.
the basement.
Well, surely you can still take a break in the basement. Bye forever. Oh, man. It's so over.
They don't mean that. Let's go. Down here.
Down here. How did you get... Oh, never
Can't
mind.
stop, won't stop.
I think
Can't
I have
stop,
a
won't
floaty
stop.
on. Grind can't
makes sense.
stop? Oh. I personally think the grind can stop very easily. I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
Oh, I don't remember how I
Ryan
had
stopped a lot of time ago to win.
Okay, don't say that.
Fuck! It's right there. to your
Wow.
left.
Thank you. That was some karma for real.
It really was. Kind of deserved.
For showing you the nice thing that you were looking for and make it really easy for you. That's what I deserved.
You said the grind stopped for me.
Oh.
Zora, do you want silver armor?
Mm,
No.
You can
No.
make it.
Ouch. Ouch.
There's more than enough silver for you
I think you got
there.
the honey.
Huh?
Did you get any honey?
I didn't need honey. I just needed a fish in it.
Oh,
Yeah.
you need help getting back there.
You got until, I think, 7 o'clock in the morning before the quest resets.
Let's go.
Okay. You wanna draw? You wanna eat something low? Carrot,
You need
just
something raw.
no,
we'll eat
not
an egg
raw.
then.
Carrot,
Editing with
just
cereal
don't.
sounds miserable, by the way. What if it gets
kinda
soggy?
does.
Oh, what kind of cereal though?
Is it CTC?
You love CTC. That's
Might
a
be
lie. I
honest, I
just
don't-
kind of like it. It's not my favorite.
I don't eat cereal.
Oh,
Sad
really?
thing you being the first pup to awaken. Oh,
I love cereal.
I never care for too many breakfast things.
Really? I don't know. I just
Nah.
really like milk.
I'm doing good. I'm playing with these two amazing people.
Cornflakes.
Oh,
The grind has stopped a long time ago.
that's not whimsy at all.
That's no grind. You're just failing
Oh,
downward.
okay,
Don't
well,
talk to
I
cure it
didn't say
like
it that
that.
time.
Man, at least get like
Even
frosted
I know that's
flakes.
not a good one.
At least like
Yeah,
put a little bit of sugar in the bowl.
or like some
How are you? How are you,
fruits.
Seth?
Hi, Seth.
Hi, Sam.
Try some Fruit Loops.
Oh, we got a boss
Fruit
spawning.
Loops. Oh, what if it's not? I'm not advocating
Worth it.
Frosties. Get that out of here.
What's that one that
Frosted flakes
every
are
time you
bust.
what's the one that every time you eat it you kind of just destroy your mouth because they're like it's like rocks
What?
because it
Rocks.
tears up the roof of your mouth.
I don't have
Driveway
Captain Crunch.
edition.
Captain Crunch.
Oh.
Oh, I kind of know what you're talking about. You just gotta wait for it to soften a little bit more.
Oh, I've never eaten it. I just heard of everyone eating them and just like
I would not compare it to rocks. Ouch.
no.
Sigh.
I just want bacon if I eat breakfast it's bacon.
Oh. Just bacon, like no eggs or bread or rice, like just
Occasionally pancakes.
just meat. That's the most boy breakfast I've ever heard in my life.
No, we gotta eat.
I can't wait to
Upper
eat
Swords
meat with no
rocks.
sides.
Rock or bacon? Pick your.
I'm eating both.
Shut.
I'm wrapping that.
Oh
we
my
should probably go home, by the
god!
way.
What if you just like ignore it? Ah! Never
Well,
mind.
that doesn't matter.
It's
You
fine.
probably should give up
It's
on the honey because
fine.
by the time you
No,
get to
don't say that.
reset.
Oh, man.
We could just get buckets of honey and bring the honey home and then fish at home.
That'd be good.
I don't
We can
have
make a
a
little fishing
bucket.
spot.
I'll get
We
you a bucket.
don't need honey. You have the hydration.
Did you despawn?
Get some fresh flakes. Yeah, that's real. Do not
Most likely.
eat
Unless it's
stale
fighting.
flakes.
No, I teleported.
uh,
No, you're not shadow banned.
If you
Zora
got
can't
shadow
shadow ban you.
if Zora
Zora
shadow banned you,
physically-
I would kill him, not you.
okay, well that's okay. You should stick with
You know
that.
what? Fair. I
No,
respect it.
no, I misspoke.
I'm glad to know that you have my side.
No, man.
I won't let her kill you because I still need you.
You should kill Awa.
No.
They can't even hear us.
Can they not?
So
I
true.
thought they just couldn't hear
I
the
thought they
game
said they couldn't
audio.
see or hear.
Oh, like Helen Keller.
I'm gonna piss myself.
Okay.
Ew, don't say
You're
that.
the old man now.
You are. You don't know where the fuck you are.
Leftover chips and bread rolls.
You know what?
Like potato
Fair.
chips? That's so dry.
The 1940s peasant meal.
That sounds
Our
so
resident old man
sad.
would know that.
There's no protein in that meal, huh?
Starving orphan.
Fucking. They're making fun of you.
No, we're
Don't
not.
believe what they're saying. They're
No,
making fun of you.
She said that she would
Trust
kill
me.
you.
Okay, well, I did say that, but
They're
not
planning a murder.
actually. I
Run. Run.
misspoke. I misspoke.
Run in this direction.
Ugh.
Don't trust them.
You want some buckets?
I'm so trustworthy. Yeah, I want buckets.
I don't trust anyone. Ketchup to
Okay,
I'm
egg?
not
we only
gonna
have
add
24 buckets.
barbecue sauce to it.
Good thing?
What do you mean we only have
Barbe-
24 buckets? Why do we have that?
Because that'd be good for honey.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Are you supposed to add stuff to your eggs?
I don't put anything in my eggs.
I don't know where I am.
Are
We
you
know
not
that.
following me?
Like in real life.
Oh, that's okay. That's not
You-
really relevant.
Yeah, you just gotta stay next to your computer. Don't wander down
Come
the
here.
steps.
Oh, that sounds so ominous.
You gotta dangle the whatever.
What?
Dangle the gambling in front of him. He'll follow it.
Is there gambling in
What's my lore?
Terraria?
I don't know. We could probably add it to it.
Ketchup, mayo, and
6
hot
life sessions.
sauce? Ozzy, are you saying you put that on eggs?
I mean, hot sauce makes sense. I've heard plenty of people do hot sauce on eggs.
I wouldn't eat that, but I've
How
like
about a
heard of
Butterfinger
it.
chia cheese?
And don't forget about the spam.
Oh, sorry, yeah, that's fine.
Well, good thing I don't need to. I don't. Good thing neither of them are wearing wedding dresses.
What?
So you don't trust anyone here. Oh, I get it.
Oh.
You hate us all.
Man.
Can you believe it? Awa hates us all.
I think it's just you, because you won't wear a wedding dress.
You are wearing wedding dress.
Oh, wait,
So-
you were supposed to die. Do you have any wormholes?
I don't know. I
also
can't
need
check.
spam. I don't need a lot of things.
I've never had spam. I do not have a wormhole.
Okay, I'll just get the honey for you.
No, it's okay. I'm figuring stuff out. Just woke up. I fell asleep in my chair. Wait, how long? How long did you fall asleep? That's so nice.
We're back.
You missed off, Kai, bro.
No!
I never went.
It's 2027.
Oh my god, that's so horrible. Missing is a rare hate speech. Okay, that's not. That's not real.
Hi.
What did she say? I didn't say anything. Don't even worry about it. Don't
For
even,
that diabolical thing you said earlier.
don't even worry about it. I mean, it's so dangerous out here, huh?
Yeah, once we get down there, it'll be fine.
Really? I feel like the jungle underground things are not that much easier.
I keep trying to dash, but I don't have it.
Oh my god, just like that one song. Ouch.
I got it. Oh my god.
Okay, well, you can't die. I'm gonna, I'm gonna explode.
I wanna dash. Oh my god.
Sigh. Cancel by Miss Clay. Don't worry. If I don't see you there, I'm calling you 86 times. Oh.
You don't have my phone number, so you can't.
Bro.
Sigh. No, I already have it. I looked it up on the dark web. I paid some dude $20 for it.
You didn't have to pay Zora through an offshore account.
I want to pay Zora. What the?
Why not?
You know what? Fair. I wouldn't either.
I got nothing
Because
to
I'm
say.
old.
Yeah, it's
you
'cause
don't
you're
even know how to count.
Don't even worry. Why not 87? Would you rather it be 87?
I think he's saying he wants 87.
What's special about 87? Only
I don't know.
$20? How much is a
No.
phone number normally?
A lot more.
For a phone number? I feel like
Yeah.
people just have that for free. I don't know. Like, I feel like all the telemarketers, like, they already know it.
I get called by telemarketers like 30 times a day, and sometimes I just answer the phone, get an air hose, and then full
Oh.
blast into my headphones, and then
Oh.
laugh as they scream in pain because I don't want to deal with telemarketers.
I see.
They still call, and
Where
they
do you,
still
like, purchase an air horn from?
um.
Like, I'm being so serious. Like, can you just go to Walmart and, like, go to the
Well, there's
air horn
compressed air.
aisle? There's
Well,
what?
they're compressed air, but my job has air hoses.
Does that make, like, a
So-
sound, though?
It's very,
Very
very
loud.
loud. It's ear piercing.
You
Oh.
kind of like need ear protection.
I don't really
And then
know
when
what
you-
compressed air is.
And then
Oh,
when it's amplified through a headphone or through speakers, it's 10 times worse.
Oh, it's exciting.
They shouldn't be calling me.
wanna
I don't want
dash.
to. I don't want to buy their condoms.
What?
I don't know. Well, I
Is
don't pay
that what
attention
you're
to what they're
getting
selling.
called about?
I'm getting called
Man,
for a
why
bunch
do
of
you even
stuff.
answer? I feel like if you answer, then they'll keep calling you because they know that you'll answer, right?
Because they know they'll answer and they'll get an air hose. And then it's funny.
Oh. Industrial cargo ship horn. Where are you getting that from?
Places.
Yuki.
But he just got an industrial cargo ship, and then every time they called you, you run up to your ship, and you climb all the stairs, and you sit in like the little driver's seat, and you're like, "Meow."
That'd be kind of awesome. Man, I want a cargo ship. Don't
I'm
worry
gonna
about
set
it.
it up.
Okay.
I'm gonna set it up so every time they call, all they get is Rick Astley's Rickroll,
Oh,
and they get Rickrolled every time they call me.
man. I'm gonna buy your number and then I'm gonna call you and then I'm gonna get blasted with a ship horn and then I'm gonna hear the Rickroll song.
Where am I?
Sigh.
Well, I
man.
answer text messages more, so use text. Like I said, I'm not going to off guy.
Just send a risky text, but she hits me with the industrial cargo ship horn.
That's
The
so
video.
real.
You get a 3-second video.
So real. Oh my
Doing
goodness.
some.
Your back of the chip sandwich? What kind of chips did you put on it?
Yeah, what kind of chef?
Is it like an actual sandwich? Like there's lunch meat?
Or is it just bread and potato chips?
It's
That's
actually a normal sandwich.
okay. Well, cause like that makes sense. But if it's just potato chips and bread, then maybe I'm concerned.
No, that's a normal sandwich.
What do you mean?
I've had it before.
It's not normal.
Oh, I guess me and Yuki are kind. Oh wait, no, I can't read. Me and Carrot are similar.
No bread
All
and
right,
chips. Okay, well, what kind of chips? Not even like a vegetable.
Sorry, I can't eat some chips, so I'm already away. I'm getting away from that.
What chips can't you
Oh
eat?
my! I was hearing weird noises. I just realized why.
Was it a cargo horn?
No, it's a goat.
What? A goat?
If I get hit, I sound like a goat now.
Turkey and cheese with harvest cheddar? Real, except for it should be garden salsa. Some chips, not harvest cheddar.
You can do that.
Yeah, that's really good.
While it's slightly old bread, at least like
Carrot.
at least have it fresh bread.
Eat
You
the
don't want.
chips.
Why are
Don't
you
make a
having
sandwich.
crunch on crunch on crunch, man?
Yeah, I think you should just eat the bread and the chips separately would be my recommendation.
No!
Why did you summon that?
No!
We can't do that.
I wasn't trying to.
I'm out of that bitch.
Okay,
I don't
well,
really know what to
I
do
had the
in this
bucket.
situation. Yeah,
I got your
yes,
money
you do.
though.
I think she's going to the house because she is not on me anymore.
Oh my god, yes, he's coming to me. All right, Zora, you ready for a fight? That we're not ready for.
Garden sauce acceptable, but I prefer the cheddar. Oh man, I think garden salsa is so much better.
Where are the potions?
I don't know.
Oh, thank God.
Hi, Louie. Hi. Happy Thursday. I can't really like
I
much.
can't fight this boss. I hope it left.
It was kind of
It
awesome,
might
right?
be coming back to you, by the way, because it went back towards that way.
Oh, she is. Isn't that nice?
I wanted to get clapped, and you guys won the queen bee of all things.
Listen, I just thrown my boomerang at bees.
Is there any more of those wormhole potions, by the way?
No. What is this stone?
What stone give?
Oh, no, wait, what is this stone on the house?
Stone brick.
Starving artist without
Let me
the
get some.
artist. I can't afford fresh
Here.
bread.
Oh wait, it's in the materials that's all the way over here.
I hope that your editing gig is
This
being
one that's
paid
open.
by the hour.
It's the dark brown one. That boss is still here. Man, just kill me so you go away.
That was kind of awesome, right? My apologies.
Your
Oh, it's
apologies.
okay.
Yeah, like a rat.
Fun fact: your boomerang will trigger
Sorry.
the queen bee to spawn.
Kill
Oh.
my rat.
Wow, it's so soft.
My apologies.
Are you trying to build the various water
Yeah.
pools down here?
How big should they be wide?
I gotta look that up. I do not
Goodness
remember.
gracious.
How big is the
Don't
basement?
even have a payment
I
option.
don't remember.
Okay, well, that's not.
How big is the basement? Just turn the ruler on.
Yeah, I can't read.
It's
For optimal fishing spot for in honey for the angular, your pool should be at least 50 blocks of liquid.
58 is how wide
Is
it
there
is.
anything between 50 and 200? The bigger the better. I'm just watching.
Underground. Okay,
So we're gonna
surely
have 3
this will be
different
easier.
things here.
Yeah.
Wow, I love things. Hi, Ryan.
We probably want to dig this down farther because we're gonna need extra area for chests.
Oh, whoops. This game is hard, huh?
How far down
This
are you
is
going? I'll
like
just-
right here.
You do know free falling will kill you. I just realized.
I
Hit a
see.
free-
This game is hard, huh? Something
You
such
thought
as
it were
that.
a death. I just
Shush,
realized.
shush. It's not
My
relevant.
apologies.
Man, I was like
You got the
wiggling in the elevator, but then I landed on a rock.
Tell them what you got.
Hi, Juice.
Oh, I
Good
can't
morning.
get out of this.
How's it going? It's going so good. I'm only struggling a little bit. How's
He's
it
not
going
doing
for
too
you?
bad.
Yo, that's what I like to hear.
Other than summoning the queen bee on us, he's not too bad.
Listen, you gotta learn to let go.
I don't know about that one.
Taking it personally.
Oh, don't take it personally. Ouch.
Hopefully these are big enough holes.
I'm sure it's fine.
This looks like at least
Sure, you're
200 blocks. So what's the current fish that you
From
get
the
the
sounds
fish
that
for,
don't
Frost?
even-
It's like a bat one underground.
Alright.
Don't even worry, I'm on it.
I believe in you.
Thank you.
Now draw
It's
her
actually nice
bold.
having someone that
No.
likes fishing a lot.
You what?
It's actually nice having someone that likes fishing.
I love fishing. Going pretty well over there too. Just trying to get this TTRPG session.
Oh man, you got the ninja gear.
Is
The
that
wall climber.
like D&D? Or
I
Pathfinder?
wish-
Or a different one?
There's a TTRGP is like the overall for all of it.
Oh. I hope this is the right biome.
We should have a D&D session with Foss as the DM.
Wait, why did you
Oh.
say
Oh.
Yo, you don't think I do a good job?
I think you
I won't
would.
answer that.
Oh, thank you.
I think
Okay.
you're just pure chaos.
I don't know if I am like
Are you the
creative
pasta
enough
chef?
for that.
Well, you don't have to make your own. You can use one of the pre-set up
Oh.
ones. Thank you for the hydration. Yeah, they make a bunch of them.
No, I've never
Bunch
done
of-
that. You'd love to be DM'd by me? I've only played D&D like twice.
They met.
I have a bunch of dice, but I never get to
Should've
play
responded to
D&D.
DM.
Bro!
Oh.
I'm doing good. I'm having fun playing with these guys
Sad.
after not talking to them for a week. I'm so sad they wouldn't talk to me for a week.
Make the house not ugly
No.
next time.
What?
I'm gonna.
You did.
I
It's not like you reached out and I ignored you. Don't make it sound like that.
I suck at reaching out.
I just said she doesn't respond to DMs. So
Yeah, that
maybe,
too.
Yo!
maybe for real.
Listen. I'm medium good at replying.
Oh.
Yeah, my mouth no longer hurts. I fixed it.
Yo! I forgot about that. That's good.
Yeah, you don't want to know how I fixed it.
Oh, I like kind of do if you say it like that.
Are you
You're
it
gonna be
brought
like-
a lot of blood.
You're like, I pulled all my teeth out.
You're not far off. You're not far off.
Oh, that's scary.
Why are you putting the honey down without putting the walls on?
Yikes. He
Because
does
you know that's
not
gonna
have.
mess everything up.
He does not have his building license.
Housing violations with the boys.
They're not gonna worry about
For
the
real.
walls.
I love housing violations.
You need a
With the
lot more
boys.
honey, man.
What?
Yeah.
Does the
My
cap
fault, I only have.
does the cavern have like a brown and black background? That looks like
I think you need to go a little deeper.
okay.
But you're in like near a mushroom biome, so that might mess it up.
Mushroom Bio will mess it up, yeah.
But it
You
doesn't
gotta go to where it's
look-
stone in the background, not brown.
Oh, okay.
So, like right around this area, like down where my blue marker is.
This is not OSHA approved.
Okay,
See,
I'll go
OSHA
down.
came and we played the industrial cargo horn.
I showed them my factory, and then they actually like
so
vomited and
awesome.
dropping in, jumped off the nearest cliff.
Crazy. Oh my goodness, hi Hero. Hero tired. Oh.
They did not like how my things
Wake
looked.
up.
Where's
Wake up.
where's
wake
my
up.
Wake up, soldier. You're needed.
where's my little hero nap at?
God. Oh my god.
Wait, why are you singing? Oh my
Singing
god.
New Jinx.
No, done. There's like no water here.
Well, no hero, not for hero, because hero needs the hero, because a hero is a hero, this is a hero, this is a hero.
Honestly,
Um,
what
okay.
does
Being a
that
hero is a hero.
mean? What does that mean? I
Uh,
think heroes are allowed to nap.
no, hero must always be hero, because hero is a hero.
Okay, let's just wait.
I don't even know what that means.
Man, I can't believe it. They don't understand it.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. Oh, I thought there'd be something exciting down here.
Musical game. The Sakura is the musical game you supply.
Is that a musical game?
Not really.
Oh, okay, awesome.
You could argue it's a rhythm game. It's a rhythm game, not a musical game.
Oh. If it's a rhythm game, doesn't there have to be a rhythm to, like, do stuff
Kind of.
to?
Oh my god, if you want a musical,
Musical
watch the
as in like
Cats.
plays? Watch
Watch the Cats.
Cats.
The
Mm,
original one.
like the 1970s one?
Yeah.
Oh, I want to watch that so bad.
I watched the actual play of it. I went to one.
Oh, really? How
Went to
was
the one at
it?
Broadway.
Yeah.
It was actually really good.
That
I
sounds
was
so
like
nice.
13 and 14, so I didn't understand it very well, but like it was good.
Mm,
Meow.
that's so lovely.
I mean, they were in skin tight cat suits.
Me too.
I
I
believe
didn't need
that.
to know that. The Choices Matter musical game.
He
I went
likes.
when this
I
gorgeous
mean,
dude started singing
we now know how Zora makes his money.
by
You said you wear
selling.
cat suits.
Like, is he selling cat suit pics? Is there a market for that?
Apparently.
Like, is he in the Broadway musical of Cats?
Now
No
picture
idea.
an old man in a skin tight cat suit. And
What?
then the
Ew!
Terraria whip sound
Ew!
effect plays.
You stop!
Man is
didn't.
like fused to his cat suit.
I don't like that.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, thank you for the 3-stream streak.
That's why he's meowing.
Hmm. Yeah, I was kind of hoping we could just
Ignore that.
move. Yeah. Maybe.
It's not
Fair.
nice of you.
That's not very mean of me.
Mhm.
Meow meow.
Inclusive, huh?
Yeah. Like everyone's on the same playing field.
Just stalk the ground with a shotgun.
I would ignore anyone who is talking about old men wearing cat suits. Thunk.
You don't gotta keep bringing it up.
Ow.
Thunk. Why are you moving your head around so much? You're like SMH my head, but like you're actually doing it.
He's the one bashing his head against the wall.
Oh, understandable.
But he has no wall, so he's actually just headbanging really hard to nothing.
He has no wall. He's like homeless.
No.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I don't think Noelle ever answered how she was doing. So
Oh,
I can't believe this.
can't believe this. Oh, thank you for following Test2 Baby number 5.
Oh my god, test tube?
Wowie.
Yeah.
It's been a while, my man. I know you're there somewhere.
That name? Is that a reference to something, or you just really
I'm
like...
gonna be honest, he told me before. I don't fully remember anymore.
There's
Don't
other
admit
test
that.
tube baby.
Well, I met him. I met Test Tube like at the very beginning of my streaming career through a mutual friend.
Yo! That's so nice. I can't wait to meet the first four. I mean, that's kind of real. Me too. I don't think I've met anyone who is a test tube baby. Or at least nobody who's like revealed that information to me.
I think what it might be.
What? Why would you say that?
That was just
You guys are just fighting at
educated
this
guess.
point.
Man. Mambo number 5 reference.
The Mumba Wumba.
That's crazy. Wait, I love Mambo number 5. Why is that what you thought of? You're all test tube babies you just lied to? I grew you all? I don't know. My
Go back
parents...
to editing. Sorry.
Where was I?
I don't...
Yeah, I'm working on this. I'm on and off. Don't get yelled at, Test Tube.
Just looking at the moment. Yo, I hope work's going so well. I love slacking off at work. It's so awesome.
Oh my god. Do you guys want to play Don't Starve in Terraria? I have a interesting boss.
Oh, I can't believe I just did that. Do you have? Are you?
I have
Where are
the
you?
collab boss for Terraria.
Okay.
Huh?
I don't think we're ready to fight that though.
Yeah. I need to be healthy.
You aren't?
No. Oh, thank goodness.
I need more shotgun ammo. I only have 21 bullets.
Can you make it, or do you have to
I
purchase
have to
it?
buy it.
Oh, that's sad. Great, thank you so much for the work. I appreciate you. Is anyone on the surface?
What? Yeah.
Like, roughly what time would you say it is?
It's like night.
Okay. They tell me I was a tomato puckering in the tube until they took me out.
Oh my god.
You spawned in making that face?
I believe it.
Are you still making that face?
No, they can just do it on command now.
Okay, that's
Now that's a
lovely.
skill.
I heard healthy. Oh my goodness. Tell me what healthy activities you did today. I say that, Jane.
You want
Yippee.
Yippee!
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
I got a snow cannon.
Is that your
healthy
healthy activity?
No, my healthy activity is walking 10,000 steps a day.
Sheesh! Good job.
It hurts.
Oh. I bet your legs
They
are
say it gets
nice,
better
though.
after a while, but it doesn't. Oh yeah, they're nice.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, RIP. Oh my god, RIP.
Hey, you got one.
Oh my god, I got two. Yeah, pretty cool, huh? Went to the gym this morning, and then I worked. My job is very physical, and I had roughly 4,000 clean calories today.
Let's
I'm gonna
go.
be honest, I don't really know what a clean calorie is.
I don't either.
That sounds like quite a big number.
Clean enough.
Clean enough. I don't think I've ever had that many calories in a day. That sounds like it would be
Really.
tough to do. I feel like you'd have to be trying pretty hard.
It's a little tough.
I know.
Ooh,
Oh my god, that goldfish is... Okay,
what
exploded.
kind of boomerang do you have, boss?
I have a demonic streamering.
How much damage does it do?
26.
Oh, okay. This ice boomerang's not that good then.
Oh.
Trying to think if I should
Oh,
stick with the
man.
boomstick or
I took too long, and now he doesn't want my fish.
well, you can keep it and then you can get it. You can give it to him later.
So
Maybe later.
over. Maybe later. I feel like I just sent a risky text. What is this?
Honey for the fishing and honey.
I'm like low-key stuck in it. Not heavily
Weirdo.
processed, and mostly good carbs and protein. Yo. What did you eat? I miss having a physical job, but the one I used to have was not the one. I don't know. I guess it'd be nice to have a physical job, because then it's like, you know, you're being healthy. But
Just get
I
a
don't
job.
know. Okay. Well, not all jobs are like that though. I
A
don't
lot
know.
are pretty bad.
I feel like after a while it'd be like, man, I do not want to be doing that today.
I
What is the chest organization? Like, how are these separated?
So gold are weapons and armor. Looks like the jungle ones are speeds, potions, and things like that. Blue is miscellaneous, and
Okay.
apparently so is
Why
mushroom.
is
And
the
then the
armor?
brown one,
It has snow pants, a hammer, and a magic mirror. Bro, who did
look,
this?
I don't
Good
remember the
check.
Okay.
I don't remember the organization.
That's fair. Um,
We played like
uh,
5 weeks
I'm gonna
ago. Do you think I remember anything?
put the fish in here, I guess. You retrieve PS? Sure.
That kind of sounds like hell.
Yeah, that does not sound very awesome. Thank you for following. Dev, Devil, devil with
Keep on
multiple
going. You can
eyes.
do it.
No, I give up. Thank you for the follow.
That's a lot of things for a breakfast.
It's bulking season, I think.
Still, I don't know how you get on. I don't know.
Bagel, 2 eggs scrambled, protein shake, 3
Devil eyes.
3 PBJ sandwiches, banana, chicken bacon casserole, tuna wrap. Probably gonna make another protein shake and have protein bar in a bit. This list reads like the Very Hungry Caterpillar. That's so awesome.
Very hungry caterpillar.
I love the Very Hungry Caterpillar. Devil eye was just taken, so I added an extra eye. I think it's nice. I think it's nice. Now you gotta find the person who took your username and you gotta kill them. That's the rules. I think just Cinnamon Fox was taken, but maybe that was on a different
been
platform.
a while, Test Tube. How you doing? Cinnamon Frost.
What?
Hi, Test Tube. How you doing?
Huh?
Thank you for the hydration. The head pat and the stretch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm going to...
Should I put fish in there? Man. Should I put fish in their own chest?
Yeah.
Yeah, make a cest for fish.
Okay.
Do whatever. I'll redo organization at some point.
Did you really lose 2 pounds, or did you like take a shower and like you lost the water weight the last time you weighed yourself?
Ala.
You lose weight taking a shower?
No, it's like
You
if you
sweat it
take a
off.
shower and then you weigh yourself, all the water is still soaked into your skin, and you'll weigh a different amount than you actually
It soaks
do.
into your skin.
Yeah, like,
Was that
you can't-
our good guys?
What?
I don't know.
Yeah, it was.
It was beautiful.
It's like you have to really
Like a
research everything you
frog?
weigh yourself.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Man, I want a mini shark, guys.
You want a mini shark?
It costs 32 gold.
32 gold. Sheesh.
It is Zora.
Hi. How do you remember me?
It's probably been a while since you've seen Zora.
Yeah.
Probably water weight. I think 2 pounds isn't that much. That's like
If it was like 2 pounds of muscle, then like I would cry. But
what?
It's a lot. That's a lot.
Is
It
that
takes
a
like
lot?
maybe like a week or two to get 2 pounds of muscle.
Really?
Hmm.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's hard. I don't work out, but I know that stuff's hard.
Oh.
It.
No, we don't have like different types of chess.
I feel like you would have you're having an
Oh.
issue if you lose that much weight that quickly.
Just took a dukers.
Why? Why would you say that?
Sorry.
We're slowly pushing Zora to start doing more things again. He can't stay
Okay.
MIA anymore.
But
Well, if you say that, you're gonna make him want to be MIA even bad. Or
I'm gonna actually hunt him down.
I hope you do. 2 pounds of muscle overnight would be rough. Hmm.
I think that's possible.
I didn't know
Just
muscle
get
was
someone
so
else
hard to get.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I got my new weapon. I got Snowball.
Seed.
And I got a bunch of shotgun bullets.
Yo, good job.
Rename the chest. Oh, you did.
I only did one. Bam.
What are we accomplishing? Can we fight the boss?
You
We
think we're
need
ready for
more
that?
health. How much
Oh
health
yeah,
do you guys have?
I got 180.
Me
We
too.
need more health.
Okay, I'm on it, boss. Wait, do we have bunker potions?
I don't think we do.
I got nachos.
You got, you got nachos?
Yeah.
That, like, in the game?
The tumbleweed. Yeah.
Tumbleweed.
And then you both are using cactus armor, so I mean, I would make silver at the very least.
Okay, that's awesome.
Trying to make plat.
Annoying.
Look,
Yeah,
bosses
for
around, can't
real.
be too noisy. Fair, fair, fair. Don't let the boss hear ya.
Yeah, I won't catch you.
Zora thinks he's the boss.
Hi.
So where's the boss and nothing?
Oh.
Can I do something incredibly stupid but might be very smart?
Of course.
I want to blow up one of the demonic altars to see if I can't get the gun out of it.
I feel like that's chill.
Never mind.
Because the boss only spawns if you destroy all three, and I don't think Zora's destroyed any of them.
Mm.
I am not sure. Gonna take a while, huh?
I mean, maybe, and
What?
if we're bad.
Hey, I'm looking as hard as I can.
What are you looking for?
I'm looking for
Oh.
hearts.
They're like more common in the jungle.
The jungle is more scary. But I guess maybe.
And it's actually nice having a shotgun, because I don't have to get up close and personal with enemies.
That makes sense.
Aha, I got the gun.
What?
Yo, good job.
This is when Tozora goes underground before wormholing to him.
Hi.
Man, this game is hard, huh?
A little.
Never mind, I'm so good.
What the fuck? There's
safety hole.
yep, and I'm leaving them like
Safety
that.
hole.
Yeah, I wanted to be safe.
Weirdo.
Man locked himself in the hole thinking he's gonna be safe.
That's kind of the idea.
I thought I
Man,
saw
I
a
forgot
chest,
there's
but maybe not.
monsters that go through walls in the jungle.
That is so exciting for you.
Do you have any other wormholes? Or no?
Nope. Only had the one.
I'm literally just here to get the honey.
I thought you already had honey.
Not enough. We need 200
Lord.
blocks.
200 blocks? What for?
That's the only amount you need. Between 50 and 200 in order to actually get enough for fishing.
Well, then just like do 50.
It's a lot.
Oh, okay. Didn't know you were chill like that.
I said I asked you for your torches, or I don't have any.
It's rainy.
Okay. What are you doing?
I'm looking for those.
Okay.
Go get it.
Don't whip it.
Get it.
Okay.
Don't look at-
What? What?
Who did that? Hear that?
That's awesome.
I'm close to the honey if you want a wormhole back. You probably can't.
Have any room for it?
Man, we gotta get some more wormhole potions.
Gotta
Wormless.
fish for the specular fish.
Yeah.
I don't remember how to get that.
They're just in caverns. They're
Mm.
not hard to get.
Oh, so we better start getting them.
For real.
You dance into the song.
Oh,
I believe it.
why are you looking? Play the game, please.
Wowie.
Wow.
Boing, boing, boing.
Okay. Thanks for boinking.
Wow, 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 wow.
Yo.
Oh my god, I got hit. The goat noise begins.
Why? Why is there a goat noise?
So I have a vanity item that I guess turns like how Zora has this anime moon sounds. I have a goat sound.
Oh wait, I forgot about
Therefore, the
those.
gobble is gone.
I
Oh,
forgot
the
that he like
cobble's gone.
every time he gets hit he moans like a masochist.
Oh.
Don't remember it being that specific.
I do. Could have was just sworn I heard a League of Legends match invite and I'm like, huh?
Why do you have a
I
link open?
Ragnar.
I don't.
That's what I would say too if I was like sneakily playing TFT on my second monitor.
I don't like TFT. That's the issue.
Oh. That is an issue, huh?
I'll find it. I like a very old TFT, like
Oh,
older
you're like a
sets, so-
grandpa, huh?
yeah.
Oh,
Where do you-
okay. I don't know. I will say, out of every like auto battler that I've ever played, TFT is my least favorite, but I still like it. Ah, that's so sad. Oh,
Game's hard,
boy.
huh?
Game's hard, huh? Game hard or hardly game.
This is such a stupid weapon I'm using.
What weapon are you using?
I'm using the snowball cannon, and it's so stupid that it works so well.
This will boost morale. Oh. Oh, I have one.
It's time to blow a hole in the jungle. Make that
What
hole as
for?
wide as possible.
What for?
So I can mine.
Oh man. At least make
What if
it
you pretended
pretty.
that was a
Nah.
big enough honey pot?
It surely is.
I'm looking for life crystals. I got a big big holes.
We got a big what?
I found the jungle temple.
Yo! Oh, okay.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. True.
Pretty cool, right?
Yeah. Everything hurts.
Come on, die jungle. Slime.
You want the whole jungle to die.
Honestly, the poison.
Ow.
Actually
Done.
gonna die.
Actually, don't do that. Oh. This is so sad.
We just kind of gotta fight the boss and win. Can I be real?
You don't.
I think I need more
We
We
almost
help.
did it last time.
Boss doesn't have enough health.
We almost beat it last time. You don't remember.
Is
No,
that
we don't.
true?
We had it on like 1 health and we died.
We did?
We'll go make the boss summon then.
Do we not have it? No. Like, how will killing the boss help? Oh. I thought that was only for hard mode stuff.
And stuff.
Really?
Basically,
Oh.
the example of the eye of the sea lets the meteors start to spawn. Well, any of the first 2 bosses lets the meteors spawn. So the eye or the brain/worm.
Brain/worm.
When you kill the brain in our case, we get the ability to start making armor.
Oh. I remember what I was doing now.
Oh, for real?
What are you done?
I was gonna make her jungle armor.
That's good.
That sounds really tough. What armor do you have?
Oh.
Zora should be making ancient shadow armor.
Oh.
Wait, no, what was I doing again?
You were making your
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
Just
You're
like me
making
for
armor.
real.
You're making
How much
armor.
damage
for
is your
boss.
whip do?
My whip is 10.
Oh, okay. I'll make you the jungle whip. That's what I'll go do.
Yeah, I just got her a temporary whip until we get the jungle whip.
Do we have any stingers?
Maybe a few and
What a cleaner.
I feel like we do, but that's just based off vibes.
don't know where they would
We
be.
have 2.
You're gonna need a lot more.
Yeah, isn't it such a good thing that I did the bees so that we got 2
Really
stingers?
proud of you.
Yo, don't say it like that. Was I already here?
Yo, there's torches all over it.
Well, no. I meant looking for live crystals, not like that. Thanks for your input,
Oh, you're welcome.
buddy.
I know it's
Fuck.
value.
It's something. Is this okay?
Get fossil armor again?
Guys, Fost is
yuck,
doing
you need-
okay. You can build stuff for you guys. Surely.
I was looking at how to make fossil armor, not Fost armor, fossil.
Oh.
Took it personally.
Sigh.
You need to go to the desert. Where's the closest desert?
I think to
the
the
left?
left. Oh man.
To the left, to the left.
You got ganked.
I did have one.
Man,
I got
did
one
get
one
ganked.
before it died. Care package for the hourly mark, man. Trying to drown Fost in water.
Joke's on you. I'm not even drinking water.
Man.
Yeah, what is it?
Yeah, wouldn't you like to know?
No, not really.
That's what I
Damn.
thought.
You do that?
Hey, yeah.
Where'd you go?
We're gonna kill all the bosses tonight, right?
I'm gonna kill Sora tonight.
Thank goodness.
No, you know, you gotta time to a certain make him actually play all the games he promised and watch all the anime he promised.
I don't
He
make
wants to
promises.
die. He's not gonna die because he has a lot of things he has to do. Only then may he die.
After watching anime, that's kind of
Playing a bunch of
depressing.
games, yeah. I never said it had to be a good time.
Oh. Where have all the
Gobbo,
gobos
yeah.
gone? Sheesh. Man, I
We have a lot
just
of good
want
money
life
we can get.
crystals. Thank you for the 30 streak. Oh my goodness. Hi, Waffle. Surely you don't really need to see the map.
I thought there was a bug on my screen, but it was just you moving around.
Yo, why do you have my stream open?
Someone might want to go home and help kill all the goblins at some
I'm
point.
scared of the goblins.
Oh, Gobbo's gone.
Where have all the gobos gone?
I mean, we don't have to
Sigh.
worry too much.
I'm worried too much. Thank you, Waffle.
They'll all die at some point. We'll kill them.
Yeah, but we're gonna die, I think.
Not too big of a deal. We respawn, they don't.
I want life crystals.
Well, you get your life crystals. I'm looking
And
for
there's
ancient
gobos.
earth- Don't go home.
I'm already home. I already died. This
Oh.
advice sucks.
No, don't die.
Okay.
It's dirty fossils. I don't remember.
I've never even heard of fossil armor.
It
I'm getting
It
them.
does.
Oh my god, I lied.
it increases range damage.
Go, my little flinks. What is a flinks?
What are you looking at?
My summons. They look like cotton balls with top knots.
Basically.
It's really unfortunate.
What the? Why is the crafting UI look like that?
It's the first time you opened it today.
Yeah, what am I supposed?
Kind of sad.
What am I supposed to be crafting?
Anything you want.
I don't want anything. I'm looking for heart crystals and I'm fishing. All I want is life and boots. That's all.
Well, you gotta craft the boots.
No, you just fish them up, silly Billy.
Oh, you want those boots? Okay.
All the boots are the same until you
Mailed
get
one.
rocket boots.
Oh.
Alright, I'll mail you one.
Well, there goes the angler. He just died.
Shush.
Well, excuse me.
Well,
It left because it's a
excuse me.
child. The angler's a child.
Okay.
What?
Yeah, the
Are you
the
sure it's
angler's
not
a kid.
an old man?
No, it's a kid. This
Or
got confirmed by
a kid that looks
Bacteria.
like an old man.
Yeah. That's why it says
That's
it's left because
Sora.
it died. If you look at
I knew
the
you were gonna say
No,
that.
you didn't.
door's like ancient.
Oh.
That's why he never likes hanging out with us because he's too
I think
Old
old people
to
actually
feel.
like really want to be hung out with.
Yeah, because at any second they might fart and die.
Say that. Oh, goodness. Man, our house is blown up. The hell? We're only 17% done. Sheesh.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Just keep those summons spawned and they'll help.
Look, they're on that guy's head.
Hello there. You know, whip stacking no longer works in Terraria, so you can't stack different debuffs.
I have never even heard of whip stacking, to be honest with you, so I'm not really missing out, I guess.
It's basically you had all the whips did different bonuses,
Oh.
and you were able to stack them. But now that they got rid of that, it makes it a lot harder.
Oh.
I mean, it's still possible to a degree, but it's no longer how it used to be.
That's so sad. I don't know where this last door is.
What
But
are you looking for?
Well, there's a door in my pocket, and I don't know where it came from. So if anyone's missing a door, please let me know.
Oh, I see it.
I see. That's you.
I see where it is. It's that one right there.
My sweet friend. I don't know what right there is. Oh, okay.
Well, I knew you knew what I meant. See, we both speak the same language.
Man.
Insane how you talk to me.
Shoot. Gamble 23. Oh man, wow.
Gamby.
Wait, wait. How are you here? Can you do Gamby all? Oh, we're like kind of
Our house is a graveyard.
I'm not even helping, by the way, in case you're
I know
curious.
you're not. As long as you're doing the actual job that you need to do. Which I don't even know what you're trying to do.
I'm old.
Is that your job?
That's no excuse for doing a work.
No, I think it's kind of
Yeah.
an excuse.
You got isekai'd because you're so old.
What? Do you get isekai when you're old?
That's his ability. Died of old age, got isekai'd into Terraria.
Oh man. I don't think I've ever seen an isekai where the protagonist was like old. That'd be really
like-
funny.
Sometimes they're like 30-year-old losers.
Oh. How old's Subaru?
Like kid.
Huh?
He's like 20 or something.
Yeah, I feel like he's like a student. I don't know if that's
was.
real. Oh my god. Man, we're over halfway to being halfway done.
Good job, guys.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really value your contributions.
Oh, thanks.
I
Bleh.
don't.
Man,
I can contribute less.
I don't think you could
I'm
actually.
trying to save you. I'm trying to save you. I'm trying to save you.
But it's okay, we're chilling, we're chilling. Go my cotton balls. Ugh.
Can be.
Yambi! Oh my goodness, thank you, Wawa.
A wild Pikachu has appeared in the wild. Someone catch it.
Don't say that. I'm gonna get so distracted.
I don't want it.
You don't want it.
I do.
Are we in a crimson world or a purple worm world?
Wouldn't you like to know? Oh.
He walked by it and still didn't know where the fuck he was. So it doesn't help him, boss.
Oh my god, I'm ballless.
8-ball
You're
should still work.
ballless. I'm dying. Sorry.
Same.
Found the jungle temple.
I said I found it 20 minutes ago.
He
you
did
didn't.
say that he found it 20 minutes ago.
Trying to take credit for my stuff.
No! Who's a student? Subaru,
Zora is.
I think. Really?
He's a student of these nuts.
I dropped out.
Of nut school?
That sounds like him.
That sounds awesome. Dropping out of a nut.
That does sound like him.
Oh
We dropping, boys.
It's an old man.
Backflip onto him.
Yay.
I got the Bijou!
Huh?
I got the Bijou!
Yo! Did I?
So sad.
Oh my goodness.
Goodness.
It's
We're almost
such
halfway
a...
lost.
Yay! Wait, we're halfway! Good job, good job!
You know, I look over at Zora's POV and he's just sitting in a pile of honey.
Aw, I want to send a pile of honey too. Tee. Gimbal 6'7". Sheesh!
I'm a banana.
Okay, that's lovely.
I'm a Barbie girl!
Oh,
In a
Come
Barbie
on, boys,
world!
Let's go party.
that sounds
I've
nice.
never watched a Barbie
Ouch.
movie.
Oh, it's so good.
So now I'm gonna freak it.
Why are you gonna
Well, now
freak
he
it?
has to help us.
Yeah.
Nah, I can just keep going.
Nah.
I'm gonna leave the enemies right on spawn. Oh,
Gotcha. My goodness. A load of beans. Go, my Gojo. Ah! This scares so hard.
Are you crying?
Wait, can you do it? Can you do it?
Go ahead, Ice.
I don't even know what's going on. Where am I?
No.
Come to my farm. I am
That's-
Subaru Natsuki.
That is
Okay,
not what I
that's not
asked.
really what.
That is not Gojo.
Oh, I am Gojo! Come, I am Gojo, I shall not die. I am Gojo!
Who do you keep kite?
I am Gojo!
Well, I guess I'll
Welcome.
take it.
I'm
6'7".
leaving. Good night.
Good night! Exclamation point. Tuck.
You don't need me to beat this game. I'll leave.
Who's gonna build for us?
Zora will.
No, he
He'll build his Teen
won't.
Titans.
He's
I
gonna
will.
build a dirt hut.
So do you guys have any stingers?
Well, considering I've been doing the Gabo army, and they're not particularly Stingy. I would say probably not.
I got some spiky balls.
Thanks for being useful.
That's what they drop, spiky balls.
Okay. Oh man, I just cleared up the headstones too.
Guess I can help.
I can. That would
It
be
would help.
so buggers. That make me say yippee yippee.
You do that already.
I haven't said yippee all day.
I'm throwing my icy balls at them and killing them.
That's true.
Icy balls?
It's working.
Oh, you said
I
they're
got a
spiky.
snowball.
Oh.
But I'm impressing. Thank you, Awa. Thank you. I'm glad someone enjoys my impression.
I never said I didn't. It's just not like necessarily what I asked for.
I zoned out so hard. I want you to know. I don't know what you said.
Bro, you're not even listening.
I never do. You learn.
Yeah. I'm just gonna sit in this honey hot tub.
You honestly could with your summons, as long as they fight things. Which they're not, but...
Fill my cotton balls. And they're on break or something, I don't know.
On break. Company break time.
Yeah, they're
The big man makes
mandatory.
$1, I make $0.25, so I sit on the clock.
I don't think I've heard that vision before.
I think. Yeah. I don't really know what that meant.
I liked it. It's time. Okay. Pika pika.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Cornelius' butthole died.
Why are you adding? Why?
don't know.
What are you doing? Ouch. What's it? Oh wait, that goes through the wall, huh? This is
97%
so
there.
sad. You die happy now. I don't know. I think before you die, you at least have to have a regular style sandwich that is not just chips and bread.
No, before you die, you have to give me all your money.
What? What kind of rule is that? Oh my god,
One that helps me out. It's not like it's not like it's gonna matter after they
Aw.
die. What are they gonna do with it?
Oh.
I'm dying right now.
Oh. I'm sorry, Carrot. We are gathered here
It was nice
today
knowing you.
to mourn the loss of Mr. Carrot Chomp.
I'll make sure I put one of your sandwiches on top of your grave.
Please give them a nice
Stale bread.
one. Gotcha.
I wouldn't.
Pouring one out for my dead homies. My
Pouring-
bag of chips.
Aww.
Yeah, I ain't pouring alcohol out on anyone's grave.
That's kind of depressing.
Go enjoy farming for most
Ah!
singers.
Is our merchant dead?
No.
He's
alive.
chilling. And says the demolitionist or arms dealer.
Put his door back.
Is there a door missing?
He's missing a door up here.
Yeah, don't worry. I got a door in my
Now you can
pocket.
haunt Foss. Yeah. Haunt Foss. That'd be
Huh?
fun.
Meow, meow, meow.
She would want to be haunted.
I
That'd be
do.
fun, right?
I do want to be haunted. Incredibly bad. So I quit a bit and changed my username so I can get rid of this one. I hate it. Well, if you hate it, I feel like that's not a bit. I feel like I feel like you could just change your
If you
username.
hate it, just change it. It's not. Just say who you are. You're gonna have to introduce yourself again a few times.
Yeah, I
But I
feel
mean,
like you
like-
should just do what you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta make sure you enjoy what you're doing.
So you can clip it and put it on YouTube line Paranormal Activity while I was playing Terraria.
And your dead ghost body can edit the video.
Real. I was
Yeah,
just
we're
gonna
gonna
say
make
it's
sure you
gonna
still
be
edit.
it's gonna be an unedited VOD and it's gonna get
Oh.
8 views.
Nah, it's gonna get like 4.5 because half of it's gonna be a bot.
I think YouTube still counts bot views.
They do.
Some of my VODs will randomly get like 100 views, and I don't know what's up with that.
Just me watching it 100 times. Sorry.
I believe that.
That's so awesome. Keep it up.
Probably the ones with me in them.
Oh. No,
He
my
loves his voice that much.
my last Samori VOD got like 100 views.
I did watch that one.
Oh. Thank you for your
You're
continued support.
welcome.
Thumbs up emoji.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't watch anything.
That's valid. Shout out to my loyal VOD lifers. You guys got a special place in my
If
heart.
it's not live, I don't watch it.
No, I'm the same. I guess unless it's like something I'm really interested in, like a game that I'm really interested in. Or if somebody's doing like a debut or something.
I'm just incredibly lazy, and if it's not live where I can watch as everything's going, then I'm kind of bored.
I think that's valid. Oh man.
Man, I wish we can sleep. But we can't sleep.
No rest for the wicked. Who says that?
We are wicked. A lot.
Isn't it a
Hmm.
Cage the Elephant song?
Technically, yeah, it's
Well,
a
I
Kids the
know,
Elephant
but
song.
I feel like somebody Oldson says that. Is that real?
I mean, probably, but it came from Kids the Elephant.
I don't know.
I know Borderlands rented the song for their first game. Oh, I don't even know what bought the license to put it in the first game.
Oh, that's so nice. I'm Shadow
So every
Brains
time you
again,
launched
by
up,
the way. What the?
I'm not sorry.
You better be sorry. I'm gonna kill you.
That's what I'm trying to accomplish.
that's what he wants.
Okay. I won't let you die. I'll just like.
Take a finger.
Ew, I don't want that.
Yo, what's wrong with my fingers?
There's nothing wrong with
They're
them. I just don't
gross.
want anyone's fingers. I know you can
You
like.
don't gotta keep them.
You can just like kind of bleed out, and then I'll make sure
Okay.
you stay alive, though.
I'm the cutest wolf. Yes, I am. I am the cutest.
Aww.
Thank you for the redeem.
Man, I need a grappling hook.
If you let him bleed out, he'll die. Don't let him bleed out at all.
Well, like bleed out mostly, and then I don't know,
You
do
bleed him
some
dry,
medical
then you put the
stuff.
blood back in and bleed him dry again.
Yeah, surely that's how that works. Ouch.
I don't.
I don't think you got a choice. I think you're screwed, Zora.
I feel like only people who have me added on Steam would know who I am, because that's the only place that has a username. The Carrot Chomp username? Wait, what would your new username be if you changed it?
I think that's what they mean. Their Steam
Oh.
user is there one that they would change to?
Oh, I see, I see.
Which is fine.
Yeah, I feel like it's no biggie.
I mean, I changed my Twitch username a long time ago.
You
and it
did?
worked.
Yo! Slay. I didn't know that.
Ah, it was, I
Yeah, it
don't
was
even know when
Twinkle
I.
Beast.
Yo! Oh man. You should have stayed as Twinkle Beast.
You've seen the username before, because Zora's shown it off on his stream.
Is that real?
He's made fun of it.
I don't really remember. You're back now? Yippee! I'm sorry, I don't know why it keeps doing that.
I do.
Oh my god, bro. No, when I click on
He's,
them, it doesn't say there's
he's
any
in the
mod
system.
It's suspicious
actions.
user
No, it does
action.
not! No, it does not! No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I don't have any suspicious users.
Monitoring this user's messages.
No, it doesn't say that.
He's in the
Oh
system.
my goodness. Alcocon, most likely it's a joint name I made with a friend when I was like 9. That's so cute. I think joint names are really nice. Oh, rest
You're a
in
freak.
peace, Coconut.
Okay, don't call me coconut.
Coconut.
Sorry. Like, we're not close enough for me to call you by your first name.
It's kind of rude.
What? Oh. Mm.
There's a reason why I didn't even try to say that name, because I knew I was gonna mess it up, and just, you know what? Just not
You
gonna.
said the name correctly before and you messed it up again. Nuh-uh, that was with the
The way Fawcett is not the right way
musical.
forever.
What? For real.
Thus has been said, and thus shall be followed forever and forever for.
Thank you. It's true. I'm always right about
7
everything.
years ago.
If you can tell me how the score, like how that's measured, then I'll
Four
believe you.
scores is 10 years, so 10 years per score.
I thought it was more complicated than that.
No, this is literally 47 years ago. I'm pretty sure.
Is that true? I feel like that's not true.
We're talking about like a basketball game, and there's only like 4 points on the board.
Bro, basketball wasn't invented back then.
You don't know that.
I think I do because it
20
was
years.
black
So
communities that invented basketball, and it
4
wouldn't have
scores and
been.
7 years ago is
I don't.
87 years ago.
Wait, can you explain that again?
Scores are 20 years, so it's 4 scores and 7 years ago. 87.
The bite of 87.
Yeah, I know, right? I ate your frontal lobe.
Wait, what did it taste like? What did it taste like?
Like bubble gum for some reason. I don't know why.
Oh, that sounds
Oh my
nice.
god.
Ew, the wrong princess. Alice and Pal chose. Said like Ka. Khan said like Khan. I would never have
spelled
said
it
that
wrong.
correctly. I
I
don't
would have
think.
never remembered it.
Ka. Al. Ka.
Sounds like an impractical
Alcocon.
joker's name.
Oh, it kind of does.
Kind of does, yeah. No, I agree.
What is
Frangistic
this?
basketball.
What?
Oh, sorry.
Why is there wood
Ball
down
knowledge.
here? Ball knowledge. Eyebrow emoji. Alcocon.
I just fell into a trap in the desert. It's fun.
Good job.
That is fun.
I'm pushing you into it next time.
Sora is the type to have bubblegum brain. Cute. I
It
agree.
is, actually. No, I agree.
It wants to blow into a bubble.
Not yours.
What? What does that even mean?
I don't want to know. That's why I said not his.
It's fine.
Understandable.
Didn't want it anyway or anything.
You what?
He's crying like a bitch.
Yo! What's wrong with crying?
Oh.
Sigh.
I don't know.
Uh,
Navia!
Navia?
Navia! I don't know, I just
Navia?
saw Navia, and I just thought of Genshin Navia. Because Navia is Navia.
There's Genshin in Terraria?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm reading carrots,
Okay.
I'm the
Do it, buddy.
Half of a full name I made with my friend Ree back when we were kids. It's Alco Navia. I take the Alcocon. She took the Navia. That's so cute. I like that. I think you should go for it.
Oh, it's taking forever.
What are you doing? Man.
Farming for the whip.
Oh, you don't have to do that.
It's too late. Like I'm doing it.
I'm like chilling. You can make armor for yourself. I love how you still did Alco in the full name instead of the version I just gave you.
Sorry, Al.
Pretty cool, huh?
We're calling you Big Al.
Big Al. So unfortunate. Wow.
I'm gonna fuck.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Happy for you.
I look to Foster's POV and I just see her parading around with a bunch of animals.
She's dancing.
I'm glad you're having fun.
Bro! Guys! I'm getting heart crystals.
On the surface with animals and dancing around.
I'm on my
What
way
I'm
there.
thinking.
I'm on my way there. I already explored the elevator. You guys just don't understand the mind of a genius.
No.
It's okay, you don't have to get it.
I'm surprised you haven't made a grappling hook yet.
Yeah, I just like be finding.
Unicorn emoji.
I thought you had to find those. I didn't know you'd be done.
You can make it.
Do that later.
You can make the Look, we can
Looking?
get the Terra Spark, but they don't want to do that kind of grind. I don't feel
Terra
like doing it right
Sparks?
now.
I don't even know what that is.
It's a bunch of things combined into one thing.
Is it a mod?
No, it's vanilla.
I don't know what that is. Bunch of things combined into one thing. Like a cell phone? One time I tried to make a cell phone in this game. I didn't.
Cell phone's also incredibly hard.
Yeah, I did not succeed.
We'll get there.
I usually build a cell phone in every run.
Use the what?
I build the cell phone in every run.
Oh, I know.
Gotta text those girlies.
I feel like when you say you gotta text those girlies, that kind of sounds like something that someone who has never texted a girl
Hey,
would
well,
say.
like, no. Like, the girlies, you know?
It kind of
Oh, okay. The
did.
girlies.
You have to take. Zora, you have to take your medication, man. Like you can't keep on going off on this tangent that doesn't exist.
Oh.
I go off on
goodness.
you.
Rawr.
I hate that.
What do you hate? What do you hate?
Do the foxy jump towards the monitor.
The what?
Oh, uncultured.
You really are. Guys, can you believe he didn't know who Markiplier was?
I did. I said Markiplier was the only one I've heard of the people you said.
But you said you've never watched him ever.
Okay, well I lied a bit.
Okay.
Mick showed me one video that was like a choose your own adventure, and it was like an escape room thing, and it was for like a college enrichment activity. But I've never seen him like play a game.
Okay, so you don't know who he is?
I could pick him out in a crowd.
I don't even
I
think
don't think
that's
that's the
true.
objective.
Well, if it was, I would win.
I don't even think you could.
Yes, I could. He's got black hair and a welcoming face.
Welcoming face.
Welcoming face.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like some
Like
people.
the guy that smiles.
He smiles
The
a lot.
Oscars.
He says,
Yeah,
"Hello guys, my name is."
yeah. Like some people like you just look at him and you're like, ah, looks like a nice guy. I had another Spelunker potion.
What am I missing?
I don't know. What are you missing?
I shouldn't be missing anything.
Talk to the guide. See if you remember, because they might have seen something.
Maybe you need a special crafting table.
Where's the guy at? Why is he all the way up there?
Oh, never mind. It wasn't that bad.
Why does he look like that?
No. What's his name
You
this
can't
time?
Ugly.
say that about people.
You need 15 stingers now?
What it used to be.
Apparently, how many do you have?
Used to be like 12.
They must have added 3 more. Well, time for you to go back to the jungle.
You do not have to be doing all that.
He's almost done.
It's like
If you
chill.
get-
There's no
it's
shame in
fine.
quitting.
Uh-huh.
As long as he takes his time, I'm almost done with getting my armor.
Welcoming, yeah. Wish my face was welcoming. Resting tomato pucker face.
Your face
I-
says get out.
I have a resting bitch face. I know I do.
Really? I don't think I do.
I actually,
At least nobody's told me that I did.
no one's told me I did, but I believe I do.
Oh. Really? I would have, like, pictured you as, like, a smiley kind of fella.
I don't know. Zora could tell us. What do you think
he
my
looks
face looks
angry.
like?
It
Angry?
looks like he wants to go home and go to bed.
Like, just constantly?
Yeah.
Oh.
Every time I've had my face on anything, it's been me drinking. So I guess that makes sense.
You
Either look
wanna
like you
go
want to go to
home?
bed, or you're just like the happiest person ever. It's like a mixture of the two.
Ah, wait, that's so nice. Bow, 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 bow.
I miss her screen night, Zora. I wish I still have that VOD. Actually, no, I don't. Never mind. I don't want ever see that bot again.
Whoa. Did a complete 180.
He took his shirt
I,
off.
Okay, well,
I
you
took
did
my
not
shirt
have to
off.
out him live
I
on
really
stream.
did.
Why did you take your shirt off? Are you hot?
Uh,
Are you just like feeling yourself?
you- I don't know. I don't.
Okay,
It was a hell of a day.
I see. Almost time for second care package. Do you just do them every hour?
I mean, it's smart.
Imagine
No one.
knowing when an hour has passed.
407 years ago.
It's been 85 years.
How much
Oh
health
my
do you guys
God.
have?
200.
340.
340! Oh my god. Okay. You're
I have a
almost
life crystal
done.
forever comes to me.
Okay, so you're like almost good.
Yeah.
And sorry, you have 240?
Just 200.
Just 200. Okay. Every hour until I can't afford them because some people have outrageous prices. Not paying 1K for a single hydrate. Oh,
I think I got really cheap prices.
that's fair. That's fair. People deserve to take their shirt off. Oh, weird. That's a crazy thing to say. I guess I don't disagree with you.
Who wants to bark first?
Shut up.
Hydrate.
Oh,
Hey, stand still.
thank you. Okay. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, that's so nice. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank
Do you
you.
want that color or do you want this color?
Um, I like the color you gave me.
Alright.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Oh well, thank you for the TTS hydrate.
Gamby,
Shut.
It's time to go
what are you
gambling.
drinking?
Oh,
Please tell me
tell you what?
what you're drinking.
You said you didn't. Oh,
No,
I want to
did.
know. Can you tell me?
yeah, I'll tell you, but we gotta.
Just DM me it.
Yeah,
so
I'll
that-
DM you it. So goofy.
She's sipping on a juice box, running around with animals, and not doing anything.
I gave you a life crystal and everything.
There's no shot you guys are DMing each other right now.
Oh god.
Yeah, pretty cool, huh?
I'm insane.
Don't say it's insane.
Sorry, that's so silly.
What?
Don't say it's insane. Cute.
What is it?
I thought you were nonchalant and chill. I paid 2K. All three of you have to hydrate. Oh, that's up
I
to
didn't see the DM. I
them.
don't know what you're talking about.
I see you gotta hydrate. Sorry, you gotta hydrate.
I don't got a drink.
What? Who starts streaming without a drink?
I drank it all already.
Oh. I see. Oh, goodness.
So I don't know how you want me to hydrate. I'll throw this in the sides. Let me go stand outside.
I just go get some water.
That requires getting up. I could just bend over and grab a soda at my feet.
Why do you need to
Why
feet
did
soda?
it?
Low key,
Is it cold?
all the soda. No, low key, all the
Why
sodas
is
in
it-
the apartment.
Why is it
All the
by
sodas,
your feet?
all the sodas at the place where I live are in my room because if they're not, the youngest sister will drink half of them, pour the rest out, open another drink, half, pour the rest out.
Oh, I
And
see.
so go through.
But so you have to
uh,
drink warm soda?
No, they're all in my room.
Do you have a little refrigerator?
Imagine that your feet are 2 cans of soda in your pant leg.
Ew.
Yeah, I
Why
work.
would you say
my
that?
clothes are all soda.
What kind of soda?
Soda.
Okay. Okay, well you could totally just
No.
hydrate with that.
I could.
Okay, what about you, Sora? Do you have a drink?
No.
Oh, my
I'll
goodness.
just drink his saliva.
You'll drink his saliva?
That's not what I said.
Kissing the homies for today. Ouch.
Under the Yakult bottle mistletoe.
Awesome. I want you cool. That sounds so nice.
Man.
Oh my god, hi.
Hey, I got you
I
something.
got you something too.
Even though you're like mean.
Like, thank you. Not mean. Nuh-uh.
Are we almost ready to fight the Eye of Cthulhu?
Whenever we know what time
I
it
think
is.
so.
I don't know. Figured you guys want more life crystals.
I don't really care.
Oh, like it's fine. I got more than when we started.
She should carry with her stuff.
Oh, you think so? Man,
Yeah.
I don't like being funneled because I don't like being relied upon.
Oh,
Ah! Oh,
it's not like that.
I did not mean to do that. Watching 2 drinkless and 1 jarless SMH.
I'm gonna go get a drink
Jarless?
and not tell anybody what it is.
I would have told you, but you said you didn't want to know.
I'll run to the bathroom. I get a drink.
Why is there a drink in the bathroom? Are you saying?
Ah.
Ah, okay. You guys have fun. Alright, chat. Now that we're alone, tell me a secret. Thank you for the care package. Ugh. So, Awa, what do you mean by jarless? I'm sure there's one jar of jelly. I think it's strawberry. Oh, said you have no jars. Oh, I kind of remember that conversation. What were you talking about? Were we talking about pickling things or something else? I don't know. I don't have any empty jars, but I have a jar of jelly. Acorn slingshot. Why is there a duck in my pocket? It's kind
There
of
you go.
awesome.
I'm opening a Coca-Cola.
Yo! Coca-Cola.
I collect a bunch of Coca-Cola memorabilia.
Ooh, really? Do you have like the glass
Yeah.
bottle stuffs?
Yep.
Yo,
Yep. I have the
that's
glass
cool.
bottles. I have a bunch of the teddy bear type things. I have a few of their. I have an old lunchbox.
That's so nice.
I got a bunch of stuff.
Very good.
See, I drink all my water at work. I drink like
And you don't refill it
16 ounce,
before stream?
16-ounce. See, I drink 3 things worth of 16 ounces. So I figure I
Whoa,
don't
look
need
at you.
that much more water. I can drink other stuff.
Oh my goodness. Your skin must be so good.
Oh, I mean, kind of.
Amazing. These both miscellaneous. Ammo? This is ammo. I have empty jars. You're mugging on me. Yeah, I so am. You gotta put some jelly in your jars.
Where are we sourcing the jelly from?
You.
Ethically. Do it again, do it again.
Man.
Oh, you don't have to.
You know, the funny thing is that Zora does not have the materials to build the Eye of Cthulhu, and we already wasted a night.
Oh, I already have 2 of the spawners.
Oh, alright.
Sheesh.
I
Well,
don't know
we
what
still
time
get.
it is though.
It's about to turn daytime.
It's okay, we can wait.
I need this traveling merchant to come.
Oh my goodness, hero home! Oh my goodness, thank you for the little bit. Is it time for a hero nap? Smirk emoji.
Oh yeah, by the way, they changed things, Zora, for some of the NPCs to spawn. We gotta buy the dog and cat
Of course.
license from the
Yo.
naturalist.
For what?
So if you wanna if someone wants to buy them,
Oh my god, I want a cat.
go to that Arion. So above the die guy, die.
Okay.
Over
Go
here.
here?
Over here.
Huh?
Right here. This girl. It's like 3 or 4 gold. If you want to buy both of them, just adopt both.
Aye aye. Um, how do you use it?
You just, I think, right click it maybe, and I don't fully remember. The license teleports. Okay, now it's gonna take a few days. It's gonna take a little bit. Few
Surely in the
in-game days.
morning. Surely they're hurrying over as fast as they can and they'll be here in the morning.
Maybe.
Hero nap sounds so good, but I will check your Warframe clan first. Amazing. This looks so much more organized. Yo, don't say that! It's because somebody actually knows how to build.
Thank you.
Mm.
You don't have to
That's
lie.
so
Do you,
good.
do you want me to come to your world and build for you?
No, I think our dirt apartments kind of go crazy. Got like a
You sort, I'll
sky.
build it out of dirt.
Okay, well. It's not that I'm particularly fond of the dirt. It just has its own sort of charm.
Build it out of pure gold just for you.
Huh?
I'll build it out of pure gold just for you.
That would take so long.
Nope.
What? But it goes all the way
Nope.
to like space.
Doesn't matter. I can do it.
Sheesh. Imperfections made it cuter. It did. I agree. It was charming. Surely.
I think you missed an important message.
I did.
Yeah.
Our dirt apartments to space. Peak.
Nope. It's up there.
Certified building managers here.
Yeah.
I didn't really want to read that out loud.
I'm gonna be honest.
Okay,
I
get
didn't.
next to your
I kind of
microphone,
ignored
it's
it.
loud.
Give me next. What?
You sound far away.
My microphone is like 2 inches away from my mouth. Ah.
Okay.
Surely materials go somewhere. Why is it
figure
so
it out.
messy?
Right there goes your cat.
Yo! Sooty, that's so cute.
I think you can rename them if you.
No!
I don't think.
Sooty is
You
cute.
fond of that?
Yeah. Wait, where is she?
They have their health bar, so they can die during invasions, but you can move them to places where they won't die likely.
She spawned in
And
the
right there with the
beach,
dog.
bro.
And the beach.
Well, it's less likely for her to die over there.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Haven't hopped on Rotmug in a little bit. Surely Ozzy won't beat me up for this. I don't think he would.
Or here's Willow the dog.
Is the dog like at the normal base?
At the normal base.
Goodness, I'll be back for her. Man, seeds are just like on the floor. What's up with that? I'm tired of picking up seeds. Got 21 seeds.
My God. You dare tell me, is he really all the way over there?
Wait,
Miles!
what are you looking for? Who is Miles?
The Angular.
I can tell you what he wants. I'm on my way over there. Aw, poor Mr. Coconut.
This game sucks.
Oh, maybe it's a user error. Uh-oh.
Dumbass on the ceiling.
I don't know what you want from me.
We know when it's gonna be nighttime.
I will let you know.
We can fight the boss.
Sheesh. I guess if I see a clock, I'll
We can get a
grab
clock
it.
at some point.
I
The
feel like
Pixarize this sentence, the pre-hardness set up for what we need to put all the NPCs.
the What?
It'll make sense later.
Okay.
In the hard mode version. Alright, there's the hard mode one.
Huh? Oh.
I don't know how to
Wait.
get the slimes in the
I
game, but
want the ether. One of the slimes you have to put purification powder on a frog, like a special frog.
I'm shocked that you know that because I don't know any of them.
One of them is after you do like the slime king, he just like moves in.
Alright.
I liked it up before. You just kind of know it when
Okay,
you see it. We'll get
fair
them.
enough.
Don't even
I'm
worry.
gonna build the houses for the desert
Yippee!
while we wait.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to.
Well, congratulations on getting not first, Tommy. Oh my goodness, a penny. Yo. A grapefruit. You like grapefruit?
Yeah?
I never had
No.
one. Oh. I
Good.
really like
Decent.
grapefruit juice, but I don't know. I've never been in a situation with a grapefruit.
Say you haven't been in a situation with the grape.
Well, like I feel like I've never seen one at the store.
Don't call it a situation.
Well,
That is kind of weird.
like you know, like you go to like parties and stuff, and there'll be like fruit trays, like those kind of like.
What's the situation, fellas? We got animal crackers.
Wait, that's my situation.
Yeah.
Chocolate.
Fuck. Give me that bag.
Fuck you, give me. Man. The electro.
Huh?
I don't know.
Electrolytes?
Maybe.
Ah.
Alright, that's why I'm.
I think the sun is starting to go down.
You think?
Can I help you?
Maybe.
Okay, how can I help?
I'll get there later.
Ugh.
I got us
Right.
stuff.
And we need to plant more trees, by the way. There is not enough.
Oh, don't even worry. I have 6 acorns in my pocket.
You better start planting them.
Captain. Am I close? I'm not even that close. This is so sad.
Dude, oh.
I'm getting there. A squeak! Alright, Tommy. Be just a little bit patient. I'm on a mission.
On my favorite
do it for
rocket
you.
ship. Blasting through the.
Huh?
I see. Got a squeak.
Oh, I see.
I
Can you
don't have
squeak?
to.
You don't know
How
how
do you
to
squeak?
squeak.
Like a squeaky toy.
No. I don't have a squeaky toy. I'll
No,
squeeze
like a
you.
big one. Okay, well,
Do you have a squeaky toy or like a dog toy?
there we go.
Cute.
I probably do. I have a lot of stuffed animals.
Yo, do they live on your bed?
Yes.
Yo, that's so nice. I love stuffed animals.
You
I
want to
like
hear
them
mine?
too.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds about right.
Why is yours sad? we could do that.
Wow.
Yeah. Yo! Zesty stuffed animal.
See, I just realized I was gonna make these houses out of normal wood, and then I realized there's palm wood and cactus. I'm making the doors out of cactus, and I'm making the trees out of palm wood, or the houses out of palm wood.
Palm Woods.
I was so close. I think.
Not in my Palm Woods.
What do you think,
I feel like
Foster?
anything could go down in the palm woods and it'd be fine. Hold on.
Azure is 3.
What do I think about what?
I don't know.
I thought you wanted my
4,
opinion on
5, 6,
something.
7, 8.
Ha, I see
Well, you said
7.
you think.
I don't remember what I said that to.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Here, take this.
5,
Okay.
6,
Mm.
6, 7, 8.
Oh my goodness, thank you. Here, take this.
Oh.
Oh wait, take this too.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Okay.
What do I do with it?
Just like keep it in your pocket.
It's slowly turning nighttime.
Oh my god, I do not want to do that. Yay! 17. It's a good one.
Cooper.
Oh my god, I forgot about Monsi. Okay, listen up.
Subtitles. Glurp.
My subtitles don't work anymore. I know how to fix it.
2, 3, 4,
Glurpless
5,
in
6,
here.
7,
Probably
8.
for the best.
Not probably for the best. Sometimes people join and they're like, I'm I can't hear.
That's not your problem.
Well, yeah, but I don't mind.
If I can join a Twitch stream, I can hear. No lurkers allowed, by the way.
Okay, that's not.
Did you check the live ping thing?
I need. What?
Oh.
Did I what?
Nothing.
What? What are
You
you
shadow
talking
banned
about?
everyone.
Bro, don't say that. I need lurkers. I need my.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
Alright,
Yes,
guys,
I
let's fight
do.
this boss.
Huh?
Let's fight this boss.
Okay.
Give me a second. It's
No.
not even nighttime yet.
It
it
is. So dark outside.
Alright, I'm coming.
I'm in here.
Weirdo.
Coming for you, babe.
What? I feel like I shouldn't be here for that. You guys like the fish statue I put for morale?
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
I like my snowball cannon.
I do like your snowball cannon.
We better win.
I don't
Or
know.
else what?
Or else I'll kill you.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Alright, I'm ready to die in 10 seconds.
Yippee!
My bet is Zora's gonna die first.
Ooh, that'd be kind of funny. I hope so.
Thank you for the iron skins.
I take this. I can't drop it.
I don't know. Swiftness? Alright.
I'm
I guess you
spawning
couldn't
in
make
for-
archeries.
Why is it taking so long?
Oh yeah, I forgot about trees. My acorns auto stacked somewhere.
That's okay.
Don't worry, I'll plant them soon.
You can't summon anything until 7:30.
What time is it?
I don't know.
It's looking about 7:30 right now.
It's feeling dark out here. Okay. Press B.
Really? I already drank the thing.
All I want to do is spend some.
Meow, meow, meow.
See, this is easy.
It is?
I have feather fall, that's why I feel so weird.
You drink a feather fall.
Yeah.
Look
I
at
don't even need
you.
it because I got an force seal, so I don't deal with fall damage.
You're like going low gravity mode.
But Foss is here? Sorry, Foss? Man, why would you say that? Sigh. First, you don't even watch my stream. I think he's implying that I would die first.
Oh,
I don't think anyone's gonna die.
I would die for you.
Oh, go do it.
I'm doing it.
Are you dying right now? I was just kidding. Ugh. Maybe.
He's about to.
Oh. Can you live for me? Ugh. My goodness.
Yeah, the lower he is, the faster he does that.
I wish I could make that noise. No! Ouch. Lived on 6 health.
I wish I had dodged. I was at the desk.
You guys better do some damage.
Sora countdown. Sora countdown.
I'm not like 20 seconds, but you better kill it.
You got it, you got it. You're so good. You gotta hit it like
Hit
2
him.
more times.
Hit him once.
Yeah, you did so good.
Don't move from the bag though.
You
know.
did so good. I'm so
I
proud
had
of you.
13 health.
Oh, that's crazy.
Someone clip that so I can do like the slow down.
Slow down.
Grab
Oh,
the wall.
grab the wall. For what?
Okay.
Kill that.
Suspicious eye. It's cute.
Get your bag.
Oh my god.
You got your bag.
I got my bag. Sheesh.
Now what?
What do you mean now what?
I mean, the next one
The
we really
volley.
need to kill
Like
is
This thing.
is the
Eyeball.
brain.
Bubblegum flavored.
that.
Aw,
But Loki,
it's
I
so
don't know if we can actually
It's so cute.
fully do the brain.
Not helping your case. I didn't even die first. What do you mean?
Zora died first.
Yeah, just like as you said.
I did die.
It's okay. We still got it. Alright. Chat, do you like this sugar glider? Or this eyeball creature? I wish you could have both.
When do we get the Hallow?
I think that's
Wall of
in
Flesh?
hard mode.
So try about with the pace we're going 100 hours.
Okay.
No, the pace is going swoop style, like exponentially, like we don't
We
even.
got a lot to do.
No, we're doing good. Don't even worry.
Like we haven't even did half the grinds.
Grimes?
Oh well.
Just slip that in your pocket. Okay, anyways. Yo, thanks.
You're welcome.
I don't know where materials go.
All the way on the right.
Mm. You think eyeball is more whimsical? Now, why did you take 8 years to respond? Okay, here you go. You're lucky I didn't leave the house yet. This is not. This is like building materials. Like,
Oh, I didn't know what you were talking about.
oh, it's fine. The vertebra can chill with the.
Vertebra. Okay. Didn't know you would chill like that. Vertebra.
Man, I'm not like bruh.
Agree in reading.
If you're jealous, just say that.
I don't think I'm jealous of somebody who has a degree and still says things weird.
I don't say things weird.
Oh. Flavor D.
I'm sorry, I'm not like a northerner. The shadow ban has you in the past. Oh,
Damn, Zor gotta stop shadow banning people.
for real. Sorry. Wah! Oh, it's pretty over here. Sheesh.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't really care how I built these NPCs houses in the desert.
Yeah. They deserve to suffer.
They kinda are gonna. I'm gonna be completely real.
Oh yeah. This is so awesome.
Like
Oh,
their
this is my favorite
how
color
they're
in the whole
living, they have
world.
cactus they have cactus here and a cactus table.
Okay.
Like low key they are gonna suffer.
What? A cactus share shouldn't be a thing. That's kind of crazy.
That's what it is. That's what they're living on.
Wow.
I said they're gonna suffer.
OSHA violations with the homies foe today. Oh, I did not plant acorns.
You got an industrial ship.
Yeah. You guys ever get those Instagram reels where it's just like a train horn or like a car horn or something?
Man, if only I used Instagram.
Well, like it could be a TikTok as well, a YouTube short. Like it'll be like a
I
little
found a
baby
mystic
cat.
frog. I
Oh,
killed it. Fuck.
wait, you can't kill it. It like
Well, like it teleported somewhere.
oh man, we could have had a little slime fella.
No.
It's okay. We'll find him again. Oh, suggestion is crazy. Rose, that's so real. Sheesh.
So we got the desert
Oh my God.
3 houses built. You'd built the 3 houses for the
ocean, yeah. I don't know if any of the people there sell
they're
stuff.
probably not the right ones, but I'm not gonna.
Well, the angler's there, right? So he's probably happy.
You gotta have 2 in order to buy the
Surely I'm walking all the way
teleportation.
over there and like someone will be happy and give it to me.
Well, you need the party girl or you need the princess to be by the ocean, along with the angler.
Is that real? I feel like those are later game NPCs.
They are.
But I feel like I've been able to teleport to the ocean not that
Well,
far.
party girl can spawn pre-hard mode, but I think you gotta still defeat the brain/worm.
Brain worm.
Let's go build a house in the underground. Although I can't tell because I don't have the stupid thing. We have the
What thing?
forest. To tell the depth meter, so I can actually tell what layer I'm in.
Oh.
Forest.
Surely you can just like eyeball it, and you're such a good estimator.
I'm decent, but if I build this in the wrong layer, I'm gonna actually get really annoyed at myself, and then I'm gonna just blow everything up, and then yeah.
That's kind of exciting.
Where are the ones that you blew up in the Crimson? What side?
Left. Only blew one up, so you can blow another one up.
I just gonna build the arena.
Alright, yeah.
Does it
Left
matter
side has a
what
decent
side?
set. Not at all.
No, but I want to know where he already was.
Oh.
Forgot the nurse stays in the desert too.
Really?
Yeah. And the
Weirdifer.
steampunker. The last one in the desert is the steampunk.
Steampunk.
Punk.
Punk? That's you for real.
This here so that I can
Oh my
remember
god, soda
it.
pop mention.
Where are these acorns at?
In the sea chest.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
I mean, sure, I put them there.
That's what I would say too.
I mean, just get your own acorns then.
That's what I'm doing.
Ugh.
What other ones do I have here? Not too many.
You got too many acorns?
Not that. Who I can build where? Who I can throw where? Mm, that's gonna be how they are. The only place we can teleport to is the spawn and the desert at the moment.
That is better than nothing.
Better than nothing.
Better than nothing. Yeah, I get that a lot.
Okay, well, that's not good.
No, it's good.
What a clinger.
I think
You get
that's
that a lot
good.
too. Okay.
I think I got that one before. Go make dinner.
Better than nothing.
Yo! Carrot, what are you making for dinner?
Here.
I hope it doesn't involve stale bread. Why is the nurse over here?
In the desert, right?
I'm chilling with her in the Crimson right now.
She probably hasn't moved yet.
Oh, is she at the beach?
She's probably at the beach right now, but we'll move to the desert as soon as she
I see.
decides to be a smart person.
I see. Oh, I should have brought a hammer. I didn't know I put a wall just like in the middle of things for fun.
How much damage did your whip do, Faust?
19, but it doesn't have any affixes on
I
it.
got you a new whip.
What?
What
This
did you
one,
find?
this one does 20 damage, and apparently it had the subtext is arteries, veins, and sewn.
Sinew?
It's made sinew, yeah.
Ew.
And then Jor can make his new sword if he's still going down the sword route.
What sword?
The blood butcher.
That's kind of unfortunate.
Well, you're gonna have to build that at some point, no matter what, to build Excalibur.
Do you need help with that? More chips sandwiches. Carrot.
Alright. Here,
Man, I need more NPCs so I can um, put a
Here.
thingy here. Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. But I mean, pre-hard mode, the only ones that we could throw here is the party girl, the stylist, which I don't even remember how. The stylist is the we gotta get to the dungeon.
Oh, Big
As for the
Al.
party girl,
What?
Silly Al. Just eat the
Uh,
bag of chips with that bread.
that's not a
It tastes
proper
better.
dinner. Carrot, you need protein.
oh, the only way to spawn the party girl is you have to have 20 NPCs in total.
Oh my goodness. Well, where are they?
Then
I walked all
we
the
don't
way
have
over
20.
here. And I can't
We
even
have
make a
1,
thing.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
I'm gonna go
9, 10,
catch a
11, 12.
crab. I can't even
Here we have
catch it.
12.
I'm gonna catch a crab.
Well, that would have. I thought it
They
would make me feel better, but I couldn't even catch it.
probably feel worse now, huh?
Oh yeah, we
I
can get a town bunny
do.
too.
I like bunnies.
Okay,
I
so
wish I
here
could
is the
see.
entire list.
Whee.
One spawns from dropping a copper. Oh, okay, we can do that. I can get that one spawned. Why was one of the doors at the base at the? I think
Hmm?
one of the no, actually maybe it isn't broken. I thought it was broken. I'm like, why is one of the doors? If you have bacon, you better give it to me. You don't.
What
It's
the?
mine.
Beans or salsa? That is kind of weird to put on bread.
Whoever said that? Can I ban them?
No.
Who said it?
Your
Oh my
number
god, they're
one.
already shadow banned.
Your number one glazer.
Okay. I mean, what? That sounds great.
Okay.
Oh.
Whoa. Wait, I didn't know you could do that.
My legs!
Salsa dip, yeah. Bean dip, never.
On a sandwich?
Oh,
With
with the
chips.
I thought they were
I thought it
saying
was like
like put that
bread.
on the sandwich. Wait, I didn't know you could do this. Wait, try look at this. Are you looking? Hold on, give me a second. Okay, look now.
You need to find a slime.
Oh, okay, don't look now. Hold on. I don't know how I did it. Ouch. It's sad out
Oh my
here.
god, I needed you to stay there.
You didn't tell me that.
Figured you would stay there.
Well, you didn't say that.
Don't worry, you don't gotta go there for a while.
We
I was
need
just trying to
more.
get you the party girl.
I thought we needed 20 for that.
Yeah, and I'm gonna start spawning all the slimes in. I think I can get 20 and
Oh,
The slimes?
yeah,
do
we
you
got
have the
pet
stuff?
slimes we can
Oh.
well, we need to find a slime and I can drop a copper sword on one and summon the squire slime.
Where's my little squire slime at?
But I can't find oh here goes one.
You don't like salsa. I guess that's understandable. I love
There we go. We got
salsa.
the choir slime.
I had salsa earlier.
Oh my god, his name is Splunky. I love him.
Okay.
Wait, I want to see Spunky.
Can
He's back
be.
home. He's over by me.
Cookie. I could kind of see a way of recommending that.
Okay, so that one.
Oh my goodness. I've never seen this one before. Very cute. We see
So
little
we can
salsa.
only
Yeah.
so we can only get that one for now. Every other one requires extra stuff that we don't have.
No, we do. We can. Oh, we don't have the
Well, one
druid, huh?
requires
Oh wait, we do. We can get the mystic one.
Mystic one requires purification powder on a mystic frog.
Yeah, look, I got some in my pocket.
He's in the jungle.
You wanna go to the jungle then and find
Yeah.
a frog?
Yeah, I'm gonna go find a frog. I'm on a frog quest.
Ribbit.
Oh my god.
Please don't put purification powder on my head.
Mm,
Why not? What if it? I bet it like feels good. Like it probably tingles a little bit.
I don't want to be purified.
Yeah, you do.
well, you don't get choice.
Mm.
Come here. Psst, psst, psst,
What would... Just walk up to you and sit on the floor?
psst. Yeah, and I'll sprinkle it on your head.
Demo, diastrator we have, angular we have,
Take the chips out of the
pyrolysis we
sandwich and put
have,
something else
dryad
in
we
it.
had. Do we have the painter yet? I think we have the painter.
I agree.
I gotta go find the golfer.
Goofy. Wait, this apartment's cute. I wish I had something to put on top of it.
Well, are you talking about the desert thing?
Yeah.
We're gonna put the pylon on top of it.
Yeah, but what if it had the pylon on top of it and then also like a bug statue?
I mean, if you got one, you can put one on top.
I'm looking, don't worry.
Dora will die if you attempt to purify him. Well,
What?
we
What?
did that already.
Hold on a second.
It's like
Let's talk about this.
like putting salt on a slug. He'll go. "Ah."
Sometimes I go, maybe you can do this.
Have we seen a traveling merchant yet at all?
Not today. Maybe
Man,
last
I
time.
need a traveling merchant.
Oh, it'll come. Don't worry.
I want to get the rare tracker so I can see the rare spawns and shit.
A radar?
Yeah,
Makes
radar.
sense.
Got one of those.
Sheesh.
I kind of need that.
Come get it.
I have a radar
I'm
too, but it's
coming.
just for enemies. It's not for like the rare creature thing.
It does everything.
Oh.
Oh, I don't have a teleport, motherfucker.
If you were a little frog, where would where would you be hanging out? I think I'd be hanging out in the water.
Sometimes I sit in my bathtub and pretend I'm a lonely frog in the rainforest.
Yeah. I used to do that when I took baths with my sister.
Golfers only found in the underground desert. Do we have the stylist yet? Oh,
No, she's in the spider thing, right? Oh my god, a
we gotta find
frog!
one.
Wasn't the right frog. Aw, man.
Yeah, I need one of the radars so I can actually start collecting the other set.
You gotta come get mine.
I haven't found any of the various items. You've all found them. Which is shocking because usually I go for all of them.
I don't know, I think I got it from a chest or something.
That's like
Oh,
one of the
right,
big
right.
places where they spawn. I'm guessing you're at the left, hell.
With the right crimson.
Oh, you're at the right crimson?
If I do find bacon, I'll add it to the sandwich. But then you gotta take the chips off of it. In my
figured you'd get to the
personal
left one.
opinion. Have a good BRB carrot.
Is it because the right one's closer or something?
I just wanted to go to the one that was unexplored.
Oh.
Never been this far before. You mean not have chips and bacon? No.
Not without giving me the bacon.
Not what? Okay, well, like, I think they need some protein.
They can have the
I
grease.
think I think the chips should go on the side. That's all I'm saying. It just sounds not especially optimal.
You're not. Well, see, that's the thing. It's not your choice.
Okay.
I'm getting that bacon one way or another, man.
I mean, I see. Wouldn't it just be easier if you made your own bacon?
See, but that's a lot of extra work, and I could get free bacon by just taking theirs.
That's one way to do it.
Guess that's fair. Chips, bacon, barbecue sauce, ketchup. Oh, that makes me feel a little bit sick, I think.
Okay, you can actually have all that if you add that all together.
Maybe later.
I don't want barbecue
Oh my
and
God,
ketchup on my
vertebra.
bacon.
Vertebra.
Someone bring me bombs.
Yeah.
Well, good thing I'm almost here. I got 22.
Oh, well, that's like an amount.
You want more than that?
You're gonna accept my bombs, and you're gonna be
Do
happy.
one a good amount.
I want a frog. Sorry.
I know the struggle meal, but I don't put ketchup and barbecue on
You're
it at the
so
same
far
time.
away. I'm actually not delivering bombs to you.
It's okay.
I'll put a frog in a chest for you, though.
You have a crimson, not a crimson desert. Kind of awful.
Is that awful? That sounds kind of pleasant.
I hate the enemies that spawn in them.
Oh.
Here.
Frog. Bam, bam, bam.
Thank you for the radar.
Yar. Sheesh. Ugh.
Hopefully this one helps me too. Oh, here's blah blah blah. Ah, man, you're the first person to ever call me rich. You clearly have not been here for the endless broke bits jokes that I've gotten on the receiving end of.
Aw, who would say that? That's so messed up.
Yeah, I wonder. The one person that's laughing.
Oh.
Interesting. Can he even talk, though?
But now he can't.
I tried making sticky bombs, but I made fucking bouncy bombs. I almost killed myself. Oh my God.
I like the way you said bouncy.
I didn't know you could do that. Oh, bouncy bomb. Why can you even make those?
Boy, yeah,
Wanna
yeah,
see my
yeah,
bouncy
yeah.
bomb?
Yeah. This
Let's
is
see what I do with
awesome.
them.
No, Carrie, I think barbecue sauce mixed with ketchup just makes me want to throw up. Oh, you don't like have to post a picture. You can if you want to.
Pass.
I am shooketh that I'm being called a rich.
Wow. I'm so happy for you.
I'm
You
not.
want
I'm
me to be
concerned.
shooketh?
Oh man. We do not be spelunking, huh? You just don't know the meta? Sigh. I don't play it in the meta. I just play cute characters.
The talented one?
No, she's too hard.
You know what? Fair. Did you ever find the frog?
No, I died. I found regular frogs though. Put them
I
in
don't
a
know the difference
chest.
between the two.
It's really obvious. It's like a yellow frog with a pink cat. It's quite
Ooh,
cute.
well, I trust you to find it.
Oh yeah, I'm working on that. Don't even
help?
worry.
Did anyone ever explore the left ocean?
No, I haven't got past the jungle. Where are my acorns? Yikes. That task's gonna be
One of the
complete
peanut shells.
later, I think.
The acorn?
Yeah. We need to plant trees, right?
Yes, we need trees.
Don't even worry. I'm on it in like 15 minutes.
Oh,
Oh, don't worry, don't worry.
I trust.
Yeah. I'm trustworthy. Mm.
Well, the brand boss is kind of set up.
Alright.
Yay! A third ketchup with 2/3 barbecue sauce. It gives a sliced tomato flavor. Ugh. Give me a
If
nice
you want a
little
sliced tomato flavor, because that's just liquid. I
Ew.
mean, don't get me wrong, I like tomatoes, but like, what do you want tomato flavor?
Yeah, I don't want tomato flavor neither.
Peanut butter chocolate flavor.
Ew. Horrible.
Eat a Reese's cup then at that point if you're not
Ew.
peanut butter.
I'm not like Reese's.
Do you like any chocolate?
Yeah. I
Alright, I'm
just
happy.
don't like peanut butter.
Fair. It depends for me.
Dropping out of nut school.
You're on academic probation. Ah, man.
Let me go with you.
Okay.
Why's the dog hitting the gritty?
She's
Did you see that?
she's scratching.
Are you sure?
Yes. Okay.
Ready?
Frozen pizza's 10 times better.
Huh?
He said
Oh.
Garrett said he has pizza.
Oh. Barbecue should not be diluted. I agree. I love barbecue sauce. Oh. Pizza.
That would work on me.
Throwing a slice of pizza on the floor. None of y'all know the meta? I just like barbecue sauce.
Okay, the meta, this is the actual meta. You get Cheez-Its, you get a little bit of barbecue, and you dip it in, and it's like, oh my god.
That sounds
Another real
terrible.
meta.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty
You
good.
order Taco Bell.
And we
That's the
could have
real
used that
meta.
teleporter, by the way.
Oh.
I haven't
Yeah,
had
there's a
Taco
teleporter
Bell
now.
in a really long time.
I want it.
I want Qdoba.
I think I might kill somebody for Taco Bell.
Oh,
Sounds like you.
you should get some.
You don't got money.
Taco
Okay.
Bell is like $4.
That is not real.
That's definitely not real. I want to live in the world that you live in.
It's like $20.
20 bucks? You are not.
It's expensive.
No, it's not. You just gotta like shop the cheap menu.
Okay, well that's not real. We don't do that.
Oh, I always do that.
Broke ass.
Well, it's not that. It just. It feels bad to like of all the things to spend extra money on. Oh, but you
Okay.
do you though.
Where are we going?
I'm looking for a frog.
Don't punch him or whip him. You might disappear.
He only teleports like a few feet away. It's not like anything crazy. Unless they changed it.
Thank you.
Has anyone found any gravitational potions?
I've been trying.
I've only found one. And I found a horseshoe with it. I wanted to explore the desert for a bunch of wild mushrooms.
Every potion I've gotten, I put
mushroom.
in the chest.
Because a gravity potion is as good as the Sky Islands, which is like semi-good in early game.
Why would you type that? I'm not reading that.
Ryuki Tenkai. Bob.
You better say it all in Japanese,
How
man.
do you say pussy in Japanese?
I don't know, but
I
that's
think
your
it's
job.
just
It's
the
your domain expansion.
pronunciation.
I don't think I want to say it like that.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't matter what you want to say. It's your thing.
I don't even like Baja Blast. Can I be real? I get the regular Mountain Dew.
I get the regular one
Oh.
too. Or Code Red. Code Red's nice.
They don't have that.
I'm not a big soda enjoyer.
Understandable.
Like soda.
Yeah, you fucking soda fiend.
Key.
I'm gonna put soda
What
between
is
your
this thing called?
toes.
Ew.
What's what thing
Mystic
called?
Frog.
Mystic Frog?
It's yellow. It's cute. Baja Blast is overrated. I think sometimes my sister gets like little freezies that are Baja Blast, and I like those.
Oh. If you're saying Mountain Dew's acid, they're all acid in all technicality.
Mm.
How are we gonna catch it?
You're not supposed to.
You have to put
Oh, right.
purification powder on it. Also, crazy of you to assume I don't have a bug net.
You can't use it on it.
No, you can't, but if you were gonna catch it, I feel like you would.
Man, I found him once. That's good enough.
Do it again, do it again. I hope he's not like underground. Do you know where you found him?
It was literally right where we, like, as soon as you go into the jungle, you're just kind of standing there.
Oh, at like the entrance?
Where the hole is.
Where the hole is. Oh, goodness, Big Papa, thank you so much for the raid. That's so
Yo.
sweet of you. Welcome in. My name is Fuss. I'm a fox girl. We're playing Terraria.
He has
What were
not
you
died
up
the
to?
most.
Huh?
I said you have not died the most.
It's true.
You,
It's true, I haven't died the most. Pretty awesome.
but you haven't done a lot either.
I've been fishing. You played Fire Emblem, yo! On your PC? I thought that was
Wait,
like...
which Fire Emblem? The original or like
I
the
low-key
one
thought that was just a console game.
The Blazing Blade.
Yo, that's so awesome. And thank you for following
Final
WG
Fantasy.
Brosuke.
Final Fantasy. Fire Emblem 7? Ooh. I don't know enough about
There's
the Fire Emblem
7 of
series, but
them?
it sounds so good. There's a lot more than 7. There's like 30.
Oh, I had the app when I was in high school. And I think I played Awakening, but I didn't finish it. I'm a big Tiki enjoyer.
There's 15.
Oh.
Damn.
Wow, you're like, you're halfway through them. Yeah.
We're halfway there. Wow.
Cactus chair. Oh, sorry.
Oh, so awesome. I feel like you wouldn't have moved like across the map.
That's how we despawned. That was a long time ago.
Oh my god, I found my own
What have you
radar. Do you want
done?
yours back, Sora?
I think I'll take it.
I found another radar. Wait, what? I found
Getting
a third
back
one.
into it? Papa, which one's your favorite?
I gotta test something. Where are you running to, Zora? Come back here.
Trying to find the frog.
Here.
Frog quest, frog quest.
Did you get it?
Wow, it's arcane.
Yeah. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter which one you want.
No, because I don't actually equip them like that.
I don't
Why are you
either.
underground?
Sometimes they can be like slightly
Wait,
underground, like
Zora,
just a
come here.
little bit. I didn't know if he fell. Ugh.
Wait, don't kill it, don't kill it, don't kill it. Do you hear it?
Oh, you meowing?
Yeah, I'm meowing.
You're meowing.
That every time I get hit, I meow now instead of go like a goat.
Why do you have that? Or like how?
It's a vanity item. Here, take. You want the goat one?
No. Oh. Mm.
Or do you want the cat one?
I don't really want any of them.
Oh.
No, you don't. Alright, fair. I'll take it back then.
Equip both of them so that you just say a bunch of
You're just
stuff.
like,
yeah, yeah.
Alright, I did it.
When I played professional CS, I used to stream a lot more. Oh, I didn't know you were professional. Shame.
Rose.
Well, meow meow. Now that I'm just a normal boy, I'm streaming once a week with the friends. Once I finish my SCC Plus exam, I'll stream more. I've never heard of that. What is that for? You seen any frogs?
I have not.
Hmm. Frogless.
Why are we doing
Cyber secured
Sheesh.
for a town NPC. Yeah. We probably want to do that before we get the hard mode, because if we go to a hard mode without getting this one, it's gonna be probably really hard.
Oh. That makes sense.
I
That
don't know
makes
how
sense.
rare this is to spawn, but it's gonna get even harder to spawn.
It's like a bug.
I've never like looked for it before. I just always kind of come across it when I'm in the jungle.
I need a hook.
The Mystic Frog is a critter that has a
Oh, you
1
want a
out of
hook?
30% chance of spawning in a place. So there's a 1 out of 30% chance of spawning in place of an ordinary frog. It can be detected by the life form analyzer, which is sold by the traveling merchant, who I need to up here. We have not seen a single traveling merchant.
Maybe our vibes are off. Quick, someone do something quirky.
Don't have a welcoming face.
Bro, take off your shirt.
Oh my god.
What?
He said do something crazy. Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh.
I said
think that's
quirky.
That's so quirky.
Quirked up white
That
boy.
is very quirked up white boy. I can't believe you did that, Icy.
You know how it is. Please come home, white boy.
Please come home, white boy.
Put your shirt on, white boy.
No.
Please put on your
That's
shirt, white
rude
boy.
as hell. 3 hours. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Carrot. How did your pizza turn out?
The oven isn't even preheated yet.
I never preheat the oven. I just put it in there. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, no wonder
I-
your salmon.
Okay,
Yeah, I wonder
it's
why
di-
everything went bad.
guys. The salmon was on the stove. That's different.
That's even more embarrassing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of.
No, it's like pan fried.
You can like watch it.
It
You
turns-
gotta
Still fucked
heat
it up.
things
Oh
up.
my god, I did it fine the other day. It was just the first time was weird. And you know, it's like pink, and so you think like, oh, it's probably undercooked, but it's just like that, I guess. I don't know. It was my first
I think
time.
there's issues if you're gonna look.
If I'm gonna what?
You just suck.
I didn't say that, but
But girl, y'all are mean as hell.
I didn't say anything.
You said but.
Yeah, actually,
But
but.
It doesn't preheat and then cook the pizza in 9 minutes? Oh, well, like I feel like it could. If it was small enough, maybe. I don't know. I feel like preheating isn't that important unless you're baking. Or it's like a really precise thing. But like a frozen thing, or like, I don't know, like garlic bread.
That does
You
matter.
just like put that in there. Yes, it
Your
is.
timing will be all
No,
messed up.
no, you don't. You just look at
Then
it.
I'm
You just look at
not
it.
It's
letting.
like your salmon.
Okay,
I'm
the
not
salmon
letting.
was different, bro.
I'm not letting Foss cook for me.
Oh my god. Wasn't going
You
to
can't have
anyway. Wasn't going to anyway. Guys
Yeah,
don't
you
deserve
took
it.
care to burn it.
I don't burn my food.
Okay.
Man. Nobody in chat agrees with me. This sucks. I don't know. You just look at it and you're like, okay, it's done.
I don't cook a lot, but like even I know you gotta preheat stuff.
Man. You guys have just been fed the propaganda. Big
Next
oven.
Foss stream is I don't know how to cook. I burnt the salmon.
Oh, the salmon, I followed the recipe like exactly, and then it wasn't done, and then I.
Fucking paper was upside down.
Paper was upside.
What do you mean the
I read
paper
it
was,
backwards.
bro?
Put it on like 700 degrees.
Oh my
Fucking cook that
god,
shit.
bro. Guys, you gotta stop bringing up the salmon. That one was not important.
I hope you didn't eat the salmon if the salmon's not messed
Pertinent.
up.
Goodness. Like, I
Did you eat the
tried.
salmon?
I tried, but it was like soggy. Like, I overcooked it.
I don't think you so tried it. It was yeah. You know
It
what? I don't
wasn't
know.
like black. It just was like not
Why
the
are you
right
cooking
texture.
the salmon that much?
I just said it wasn't black. It was like soggy. Reach out the best salmon. Man. Sigh.
I'm in the underworld, by the way.
Sigh. I hope you get hurt down there.
Oh, I'm probably gonna get hurt just because you wanted me to die.
I didn't say I wanted you to die. I just said I hope you get hurt. Like, I hope you're in a stressful situation, but then recover from it.
Ooh, I got gold. Man, I just got 15 gold. This is fucking
Very
nice.
stressful.
Man.
Can't even cook people.
What?
You can't even cook people.
I don't eat red meat. I wouldn't eat a person anyway.
Okay, that's just not what I meant.
That's not it. I understood what he meant.
And she's old.
Mm. Is that important?
Okay.
I don't know. I feel I feel like I'm an average age.
That's what an old person would say.
Hey, that's
I
exactly.
feel like I'm at an average age. They fart in a rocking chair.
Yo! So mean.
I'm still spry.
Okay, at least my neck doesn't crack 8 times per
Okay, that's we're
3 hours.
Okay. I'm gonna go there.
Hmm.
Thank you for the head pat. And hydrate.
I
Let's
don't-
go. I just literally hydrated a second before you did.
I don't think this leads to anything.
Small hydrate then.
Small hydrate. Sippies.
I'm not gonna hydrate 3 times because I'm on
Can I have sippies?
Can I have sippies? Where's that from?
Don't ask
I
me
saw
right
it coming, for I saw it coming.
Mm, regular frog.
I'm trying.
Don't worry, I'm trying to. Shirley. I like you. Oh, I found him.
Oh, good job.
He's
Okay.
wiggly.
I must see it coming.
Did you do it?
I did it. His name is Salem.
All right.
Yeah, my.
Well, now
Oh,
we can fight
meat
the brain. We
shoes.
can fight the brain.
Oh yeah.
We win.
I have no idea.
Kimbo.
I'm gonna be
Oh
honest.
sheesh.
I mean, literally, I just need a traveling merchant to comment. Like, that's the biggest fucking thing. That's my biggest roadblock right now.
It'll surely come. What do you need from them?
The life form analyzer.
I'm worried. What if he doesn't even have it?
Well, it's one of his ability. One of the things he can sell. Yeah, it's the
Yeah,
only
but
way I can
isn't-
find the golfer, the goblin tinkerer, and the stylist.
Really, I thought he just like frowned though. Like they just
I
chilling.
mean, if you're good enough, but I don't wanna.
Nah, you're good enough, Shaylee. Shaylee, there's a spider web, and it's so.
I've only ever found
awesome.
one so far.
What?
And I haven't really explored that much.
Gonna go over to the brain place.
I'm gonna wait for you to go there and I'm just gonna
Place.
wormhole.
To the boss fight.
I found a bed, by the way, so
Wait, should I be with you?
If you want to.
Okay.
if you want to help us fight a boss, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
You gotta go right. I don't know how far right, but right.
Okay. I'm going right. Can be all. Thank you, aware.
Gamby!
Can be mentioned. Thank you for the
Well,
head pat emotes, Carrot. That's very sweet.
Okay, that noise isn't really.
I'm in a stressful situation.
Thank you so much for the head bat. Gross!
Man, you smell.
God, guys, it's not like that.
Barbecue sauce and ketchup
Oh.
all over that hand that he patted you with.
Ew, don't say
Oh my
that.
god,
Don't say
covering
that.
your hair.
Stop it.
Oh
Don't say
My
that.
God.
Bro, I
Good
just showered.
shower.
I
Oh.
just showered.
Take 2 more.
Time to take like 6 more.
Okay.
How many do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Barbecue
11,
sauce and
12,
pizza.
13, 14.
I feel like that's not
Four-
bad.
Barbecue sauce on my titties.
I like. That's nice. I see.
I don't know why I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Gamby.
Oh my goodness. Wow. You know, so
One
you're
good thing is we don't.
lacking.
Here's a question, Zora. Do you have bombs on you?
Yeah.
Because you can't. Because we do need bombs in order to blow up the things.
I got 18 bombs. Oh,
Alright.
sorry, you lost all your points.
Yeah.
Everyone's lacking. This is so sad.
Luckily, I don't gamble.
Really?
Not well. I play gotcha games, but
Oh, that
outside of
counts.
that,
That
I don't
counts. That counts.
gamble.
That counts.
Uh-huh.
Where's mugging on us? How many points do they have? Ugh.
Let's see how many points I have by just doing 1%.
Oh, you have
Maybe
a
one
lot.
switch over here.
Wait, I'm
Who's a bit? Who's a bit?
coming. Not close to you at all, but I'm coming. Man. What a large world this is, huh?
Oh
Yeah.
sorry.
Wait,
No, don't be sorry. There's like more cool things, but mm,
wait,
not
Is it
very
big enough?
mobile.
I hope so.
Doesn't really feel like it.
It probably isn't. I mean, you have more platforms.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
That's a crazy amount of points. Oh man.
Are you doing
You
magic
died.
again?
That's just what I have right now.
Alright.
Do you have any wormholes? Can you just teleport here?
No.
I have
That would be awesome.
4.
No, I have a
Oh.
jungle turtle though.
Someone's going crazy.
I'm
Turtle maxing.
I only have one. It's not really
You
maxing.
want to hit that? Yeah.
Mm. None of these are particularly swag.
Swanky turtle.
Oof.
My biggest concern here is that we have plenty of vertical, but nothing left and right.
That's what I'm trying to do.
My goodness. Campbell milk. Sheesh.
What?
Oh, sorry. I like 2% milk. Oof.
Boss, come home real quick.
Oh
We'll either
man,
go.
can I be walking?
I got you.
Oh,
Here.
hi. This is so awesome. Oh, are you okay?
No.
Oh. We are gathered here today in memory of ICU Kami VT.
I want to beat this game even if I die.
Oh, that's the spirit.
Is it?
Yeah. You're determined.
Filled with determination.
Yo, I love
never-
that game.
I've never played it.
It's really good. You should play it.
No, I can't.
About how
play it.
one day the rat might come out of its hole to grab the cheese.
Yeah. How do you make that campfire? What? Bro.
Fucking villager.
Fucking dunk your head on the mic again.
Oh.
Ow.
I am.
Villager div.
I wouldn't say in your inventory, by the way, for long boss. Not here.
Are we ready for this?
Yeah, I'm chill. Well,
Boss
a
wants to
little
make a
fire
campfire.
would be cute, but like I guess
I'm gonna spawn it.
I
Boss
am
has
at.
no health, but that's be fine.
It's fine. Weirdo.
Oh.
Can we bury him in the wedding dress?
Here,
Does he
boss,
even
boss.
have one? Hi. Wow, thank you.
I know it's not too many, but it helps.
It helps.
Let
It
me know when
helps.
you're good.
I'm good.
Boss has half health, so yeah, we can work that.
I'm gonna wait.
I'm good.
Oh my god.
150 out of 240. I think we'll be fine.
Yeah, shit.
I'm gonna wait.
Ugh. Oh my god, a thing! Jellyfish necklace.
Jelly.
Jelly.
I love grilled cheese.
That's nice. I hope you get one.
Ready?
Ready.
Do your best. Rough up.
god, why is he spawn on top of me? I can't breathe.
You can do it.
Okay,
Ouch.
should have bought mana potion. This is not the play.
Mana.
Say it better.
Huh?
This is how you're supposed to say it.
If you say so. Thank you for
Oh
the
my
raid,
God.
Murray. That's so
I
sweet
don't-
of you. It's sad out here. Hi, Dream Den Raiders. Hi. My name is Foss. We're playing Terraria.
We just.
We low-key just got destroyed. We just got splattered.
Missing
Oh my goodness.
health.
Hi, Chest
Maybe?
Camel. Hi, Louie. Gonna raid and run because my head is killing me. Of course, of course. Thank you very much for the raid. I hope your head feels better. Okay, what would help us?
That's a great question.
Well, one is full health because none of us are full, so I'm gonna start looking for that.
Okay.
Like that would be nice too. But
Zora probably has to start working on getting stuff for his class.
like it's not that helpful though.
It's not that
Boss,
helpful.
basically.
What?
I mean, or we can make a big arena. That's literally the other thing.
How many bombs do we have?
We could buy plenty. Don't worry about that part.
18.
I'm broke.
How many do you want?
A lot.
Do you want 18?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know how to safely throw them.
Right click.
You sure? Right click?
Yeah. Thank you.
You're so welcome. I'm like a dragon knight. Oh my goodness. It's okay, you're part of the raid. Don't even worry.
Anybody have wood?
I have a jungle
There's wood
turtle.
in the right chest. One of them.
Not very much.
Turtle?
Well, we haven't been planting enough trees, man.
Oh my god, wait. I'm planting trees. Don't worry.
This place is crazy. That's fine.
What do you mean this place is crazy?
I got no trees.
Oh my god. I don't know where my acorns
Well,
keep auto. Oh wait, I have 182. Don't worry.
Oh my god. Well, we know where all the trees went.
Tee-hee.
Boss collected them all.
I don't chop down that many trees. I just be hitting them.
A grapefruit falls on your head.
Me too. Oh, Carrot, your points. You just got those. What the? You're deforesting and you're not even replanting.
I don't have any acorns.
Oh, okay. Are the trees not dropping them?
Why are they not breaking?
User
it
error, I
doing that?
guess.
User error.
Cheese planted. I'm so slow. Carrot, we are not used to the game. Are you
I've
seeing
been
this?
trying to convince people to play Calamity mode, but it's not ready for 1.4.5. Oh, gotta get updated in like another 6 months or something. Do you know what Calamity mode is, boss?
Is it modded?
It's modded Terraria. It adds about, I think, 50 more bosses, a couple
Oh.
thousand more items, and a lot
Hmm.
more weapons and stuff.
Hmm. That is kind of nice. Um,
And there's difficulties, like more difficulties. So Inferno is like I think the hardest difficulty, and it makes everything very hard.
oh.
But you're
Um,
already a god gamer, so we can easily do it when we play. Yeah.
oh, yeah. Surely. This tree's ugly. A penny. What is this?
What do you find?
A big hole with torches in it. I'm gonna jump in it.
Might be my hole.
Whee! Wow. Some a little crazy down here. Was this when you were looking for fossils?
Probably. So where I found
Ouch.
you a vampire pendant, so you can sound like blah 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 every time you get hit.
Ew.
That's great.
Bleh.
If you want it.
Mm. Yeah, I don't think I want to be here.
Nope, you definitely don't want to be there.
Oh man.
Another heart crystal.
Yo. Crunch. Hmm. We're so far away. A conch would go crazy sicko mode.
It's gonna be so hard to get one.
Surely I'll just like happen chance upon it.
I hope.
Me too. When you gonna fight Clematus and Exomex
You
with
are spoiling
copper
things, my
short sword
friend.
and no items? The swords don't mean anything to me. Like I feel like it's not a spoiler because it's just gibberish.
I guess, in that case, if you don't know anything,
Mm-hmm.
how can you spoil it if nothing makes sense?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Alright, fair enough. I just found a fairy choker. What?
A fairy choker?
So it makes, I think it makes you, it's the same thing for the other ones.
Why are there so many like little noise things?
Is this the big thing nowadays, I guess, for Terraria?
Choose your fighter. I think the meow one is probably like the coolest one. Ouch.
Found 2 heart crystals for someone.
Shee!
I don't need them.
But you died
No,
first.
you're the lowest.
Doesn't matter.
You're the
Oh.
melee character. You need the most health, man.
Man, just take it. Cuber.
We're all gonna max out at some point.
Yeah,
Not me.
yeah. What?
Are you gonna play your special hardcore mode?
Calling it special is so funny. Alright, buddy. You're playing the special hardcore.
Got like a helmet on for my boss fight.
I'm gonna give him
Yay!
a helmet, don't worry.
Yippee! Pizza's ready. Sheesh. That sounds so yummy. Hmm.
I found another heart crystal.
Oh my god! You're going crazy.
I'm going ham. Going ham. I found a granite cavern.
Yo.
Oh, and another heart crystal.
Man, you're mugging on me. I'm trying so hard.
Don't worry, I got you covered.
Thanks.
I'll give you half of them and half the credit.
Yay! What a good deal. Ew.
I have a full inventory, but I want to just keep on looting. Where's mahogany? We also gotta build houses in the jungle, which I don't want to do.
Sure you do.
Probably build them in the air.
In the air.
Yeah, so they don't die by random hard mode jungle enemies.
That's so smart.
Found a gravitation potion. Let's fucking go.
Yo!
The arena's bigger.
Yo! Good job, good
Awesome.
job, good job!
We're working together here. Alright.
Oh, we're good, Joe.
There's a bunch of jungle slimes, and I could not deal with that.
Oh my god. A frog statue.
So who do I give all of these hearts to?
Sora.
The frost. Oh.
Alright, I'm gonna make it better. I'm giving 2 to Zora and 2 to Faust.
Oh, but I'm getting some too. Like, I'm finding them.
Doesn't matter. How about this? We strayed heart crystals.
I think that's a good compromise. Never mind, it's not
Also
that deep.
here, Zora, I want you to have it.
What? Oh.
Dunk.
Also, here's this one. I know you like the mana.
Ow.
Dunk.
I heard that.
Man, I should probably build yo-yos at the beginning.
That'd be useful.
Build
I don't know
yo-yos.
which ones are good though.
I never built them.
I feel like looking at it.
Rally. Do the Amazon, the jungle one.
Just being real.
Hi.
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 Oh,
Oh
God.
my god, I just got the goblin choker, so I can make goblin noises.
Where have all the gobblers gone? Hi. Thank you.
I gave it to you.
Huh?
I gave
Got
him
hearts.
the goblin choker.
Oh, you're the one who gave it to me, okay. Now you have 280, Zor has 260, I think. We're slowly getting there. Ow.
Really yummy. Well, might have some great pizza. What flavor did you get?
Pizza, it's pizza.
Pizza, pizza.
Oh wait, actually there's a lot of something better to do than down here.
I really don't want to get 12 more stingers.
I'll get them for you.
I mean, you can
Hey.
also do the RT, which is the crimson yo-yo. It's just 12 crimson bars.
Do we have that?
We saw it. It's in the ore chest.
Surely.
Oh, I need 2 yo-yos.
No, do we have enough for 2 of them then?
I don't even know what I'm doing.
If it helps. I don't know what you're doing either.
Rally you find. Manzoline, I think you buy.
How do I get the counterweight and stuff?
Buy.
It sounded
gotta
like you're
find-
saying like goodbye. Bye.
Fine.
Buy.
Bye.
Oh man, where is this thing? Skeleton merchant? We don't know where that guy
Yep.
is.
It's a random spawn.
Don't worry, guys. There's a frog statue on top of the desert oasis.
That was good.
So I give you stuff. I hope
Thank
that
you.
helps. New pizzas I can stand are cheese, pepperoni, and pepperoni with the buffalo sauce. Huh?
Cheeseburger.
What?
Oh, sorry.
Jumper?
No.
I don't know what you said.
Don't worry.
Awesome. I found a balloon.
That is pretty awesome. We found the special pond? No. I know what you're talking about, though. It's like on the outer third of the map.
Next to the jungle. So there's no real good point for us finding it anytime soon.
I like throwing stuff in it.
We could throw the NPCs in there, and they look different.
That feels messed up. I didn't know you
Oh,
could
it
throw
is.
NPCs.
Yeah, they change they get different vantages.
Oh, I see. Ouch.
Alright.
My goodness. Hi, Shrimp.
Oh,
Thank
thank
you
you.
for the raid. That's so sweet of you. Hold
All
on.
should be popular.
1 second. Ah! Sorry.
Oh, lost side.
Shrimp. Hi, William. Oh my goodness, hi. Were you making art? Were you making art? Oh, you're playing Oblivion. Shit! How was it? What?
Without me.
Ooh. It's so over. I did not get to play Oblivion. My brother broke into my room and started playing Oblivion instead of me. Oh.
You know what? That's fair.
Wait, so was it just your brother was streaming? The Fast 2 grips.
What?
What?
I don't. Is that because Faust is the German word for fist? Or is
I
that
hope
just. Are
I
you
don't-
just saying that?
maybe.
I streamed twice today. I barely got to play Oblivion. This is rigged. Kicked him out eventually. Man, I would have kicked him
Sounds
out
like
from the beginning. You're more patient than I am.
I would have been very confused why I had a random brother that appeared out of nowhere, and wondered how
That's
Zora.
how that works, dude.
Okay, well, I assume they, like,
I
know that
mean,
they have a brother. And that he didn't just appear.
That'd be
Hi,
so
it's me.
funny.
I'm your brother. I'm playing Oblivion. I'm on Twitch.tv.
Under your
Yeah.
account.
Fast 2 Grips is a reference to a game I love tormenting shrimp with it.
Are you sure you had a
Oh.
brother?
Man, I hope so. The brother for a
It's-
while now? Congratulations.
Are you sure? Is our brother now?
Oh. Yoink. My music.
Huh?
If Zora came into my room and started streaming at my account, I'd be very confused.
Would you kick him out or would you, like, let him do that?
Nah, let him stream from my account. Let's work for me.
Oh my god, I was not locked in.
I'll probably get me banned, but it'd be funny.
You're getting banned.
Oh yeah, 'cause of Zora.
See. Williams stole my brother? Oh. Well, like, surely that's
Our
chill.
brother, not yours.
Oh, real. Our brother.
Stole your lawn too.
Comrades in arms.
What's wrong with not having a lawn?
I got no DoorDash or a brother.
Okay, well, don't be mean
Oh,
to
yeah,
shrimp.
sorry.
What the hell? Bro. We're appreciative of shrimp in this household. Do you guys know that shrimp drew my eggs?
You guys
Your
know this shrimp
eggs.
drew me
I don't-
bald and it's gonna get banned.
That's fine. They're allowed to do that.
Oh.
Let's draw him Empreg.
Okay.
We need a I'm not even gonna continue. I'm done. I am not. Hey, it's not for it. I mean, Faust will love you forever if you do that. Cause then it Faust one set.
Don't say that.
I have no proof that it'll actually happen. I'll just assume. Faust is not defending yourself, so I assume that it's true.
Oh my god, sorry, I was muted.
She hates us, actually. I'll change it.
Sorry, I don't know when I muted myself. I don't know. I feel like it's fine if people are pregnant, but I don't, like, particularly. Like, that's just, like, not really my business. I don't know.
Fair enough.
I passed the thing.
What's he looking for, Faust?
Stingers.
Well,
Oh.
you gotta go underground.
I'll come
Oh.
with you.
Oh, thanks. They're just from, like, bees, right?
Bees are
Or
the
the
slimes with
bees.
thorns.
Okay, okay.
We also need the vines from the stupid man eaters.
Oh, got it. Yo! Thanks for bonking, I guess. Did you just drop 4 gold? I don't know why I have that.
You're balling.
Why? I am balling. Why are you saying bleh?
Oh.
He actually did equip it. I didn't think he would.
What is? Why are you playing? What
Because
creature is that?
The
vampire.
vampire.
Oh, you sound like
I
a
tried to give you
little
one, but you
goober.
didn't.
I'm like SpongeBob.
You do sound like SpongeBob. No, I like the oof.
Oof.
Oh, you can hear my oof.
Oh
You can hear my oof.
no, you're blessed, cute. I just saying for me, I wanna go. Oof. I'm being bribed to
So
get
like, do you
help.
like my oof?
Yeah, I liked your
Oh.
oof. I like bleh. I'm a big bleh enjoyer. Shrimp, why are you being bribed?
Thank you for the hydrate and the struts.
Oh, you're being bribed to play Lob Corp. I don't know what that means.
Thank you.
I think you should take the money though.
I think you should make me a pizza.
Girl.
Ash gets hungry at 8 o'clock.
I see. Just make your own pizza.
I don't have any.
Sorry for your loss. You have pizza rolls?
No.
Thank you for the hydrate and stretch.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hey, I got Hermes boots.
Oh my god. Is that your first pair?
I don't have any.
Oh.
Not everybody is zooming around like you, I see.
I guess not.
Is that your first pair? Make me a pizza.
I do. You know how it is. You gotta be like top of the game.
Sigh.
Bruh. What are you doing up here?
Huh?
What are you doing up here?
I'm fighting the things that you told me to fight.
Take this.
I got a stinger. Those are
Thank
for
you.
you. I don't want that.
I don't either.
I don't want it.
It's just unfortunate, huh?
Yeah, a little bit. Oh. Man. How many stingers do you need?
Like 13 or something. I don't know.
Okay. Look at you with your yo-yo.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
How many hearts do you guys have?
I have 280.
280. Zora?
300.
Alright.
Thanks. Me, Bet. So cute. Blech.
Farm hall
I
potion.
so need jungle spores.
I know, I've been getting them. I don't remember what we need them for, but I remember.
Kind of a lot.
Yeah.
There's a decent bit, yeah.
Don't worry, I'm getting them.
2, 10, 12, 24 more. No, that can't be right.
Huh?
So I think how many more hearts we need.
Four score.
I need 2 more.
Oh my god, there's so many of those poison things in the jungle temple.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do be careful.
Luckily you can't get in there.
Like they're outside the door though.
Oh,
Kind
that's
of
kind
need
of
them
cool.
though.
Blech.
What the?
Huh?
Fucking crawdad fell from the ceiling.
They're trying to kill you in game.
They know.
Are they an enemy? Can you catch it?
No, they're
They're
like a
an
rare enemy.
Oh.
Because they
They
drop
can drop
die.
good stuff.
Oh.
You wanna help me? Whoa! Oh my god! Dead.
Oh. Damn.
It's a lot of the guys that drop stingers though.
Oh, that's good.
I haven't even explored a quarter of this map yet.
I'd be surprised if you had.
All the quarters, nickels, and dimes. And there's no wormhole potions.
I have 3.
Bruh. You going? Oh,
Come here.
Early. I'm at home.
Oh.
I'm at home.
Okay, don't make me sound like that.
Oh.
And I can come home and give you one and I can waste one.
If you want to do that, that'd be chill. Sheesh, I used the nurse.
Oh, I need
Give
one
you
of
a
those
third.
back. Whatever. Nurse is in the desert.
Oh,
Oh my god,
Really?
hi.
do you need this?
What is
You
it?
should have that.
What is it? Ouch.
Just gave you a flower.
A flower.
Mhm.
Aw, thank you.
Use
Oh, you
it.
found a marble there, yeah?
Man.
Oh, that's not how you use that.
Shh, 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 shh.
Do you have bombs, Sora?
30.
I have bombs if you would like.
Take some of them.
Help us farm
Okay.
stingers.
Here you go.
I've been looking for the hearts for you guys.
I got a heart.
Where do you want these bombs to be dropped at? Here, take them.
On me.
On you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Drop it. What is this guy?
Does he look like a golem? Oh yeah, a golem. They just drop granite. Not that useful,
Get cooked.
but they're very strong.
Blech. He sounds like his tummy hurts.
Sounds like he just
Maybe
had
he's
a
made of
barbecue
rock.
ketchup sandwich.
Blech.
Why can't I walk on water? Oh, I drank
You
some
probably
water.
have water walking.
Keeper. Oh my goodness. Shrimp, you want an ad? Okay, just for you. Come here. Come here, have fun. Oh, Cornelius.
He's dead. There's nothing left.
I mean, I'm sure there's something left.
How many stingers do you have?
4.
I have 3.
Okay, we have a lot. I think it'll be enough. Hold on. Yeah, that's enough. Only need 12.
So, do you need anything else?
No.
Alright. Well, Foster's came back home.
Yeah. Pretty cool, huh?
I found another heart crystal.
Whoa.
Oh my god, I found a magic boulder.
Pico. What do we need
Can I have some
jungles?
jungle spores?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah!
You might need one more stinger ice if you're still down there.
I am still down there. Fucking love this thing.
What you got?
A magic boulder.
A bolter?
It's a rock.
If you look at my screen, it basically what it does, it points out everything that's important and kills everything
Yeah.
for a very long time.
Sheesh. Dang, look at you. You're going crazy.
You can make these things, so. How many boulders do you? How many stingers do you need?
I just need you to give me the 3 plus the extra one that you get.
All right, let me go kill one. Oh, so you need 4 in total?
Yeah.
Awesome. Let me get this last heart crystal and I'll come home.
Don't forget to use your Abigail.
I don't even have it on me.
Ooh, I stole it.
You stole it. I think.
What do you think?
I don't know what I think.
What? That's not very helpful.
I wasn't trying to be. Bleh. Ouch.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Where's Voss? Over here. Oh, she's running away far.
Oh.
Here, you can have this heart crystal, Zora.
Yeah, give it to him. I don't need it.
And then I got a Hermes boots for, Voss whenever she comes back.
No, that's for
Any
sure
vines on
as
you?
well.
That's the one thing I don't have.
Vines.
Oh man. Oh no, I get this one over here.
What do you need a vine for?
No, I got it. It's fine.
Okay. You're back on Linux? No, Papa, what does that mean? Like you're back home? Or do you have like more than one computer?
That's what I would imagine.
Linux is. Blech.
Oh. I never use it. You run a multi-PC setup? Sheesh. That's kind of cool.
Anyone find an anklet yet?
Wearing one. Or no, I have an aglet.
No,
In
that's
real
not an
life.
anklet. Not an anklet. An
Anklet.
aglet.
Yeah, come on, house arrest.
Anklet. That's an ankle bracelet. That's different.
Okay, that's like the same thing.
No, ankle bracelets are like cutesy. They're like very
Oh.
girly pop.
I can't
So
believe
mine.
Fossis degloved.
What?
The piranha degloved you. Don't look that up.
Okay.
Oh.
Don't ever look that up if you want to keep your sanity.
Okay, I will.
Sorry, you can look it up if you want.
That's crazy.
Okay.
Doesn't care about Zora's sanity.
No, I think Zora's seen worse.
Oh.
Okay, so I have 400 health. Zora has 320. Faust has 300.
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
You stream from Windows because your capture card doesn't work on Linux? Oh. That sounds like it would be a lot to keep track of if they're different systems.
How do I make no more errors?
I don't know.
That's a
I
good
can make
question.
them. Just wood and stone.
You want
Why
my
can't I
arrows?
make that?
At the table
Oh, you know
right
what? Because
here.
I don't have stone on me.
Wait, come here. I have
You can turn on
arrows.
crafting from nearby chest sign. Somehow.
Yeah.
Slime. You're not seeing the setup? I swear I posted it. Unless you posted it in my server, probably not.
Man, I just realized you used up all the falling stars. Hope no one needed them.
Oh my god,
can
no,
use
I
two.
have some. I have
Alright.
188. Do
You
you
have
want some?
108?
Yeah, here.
I've been turning them into zester. Oh my god. A sword.
Here you go.
How do you... You know what?
I like picking up stars. It makes me happy.
Okay, you can have them back. Come here. I don't need that many more.
Okay. Thanks.
Oh,
Why do you sound weird?
because I didn't expect you to add almost 200. I think we're ready to fight the boss.
Yeah, how do we feel about trying the brain and then maybe stopping?
I
That
think
sounds like a
that's
good
good.
plan to me.
Okay, let's go. Just gotta make sure that there's 3 more of the balls there. Where are those Hermes boots at?
In the accessory chest, there's 2 of them there.
2 of them.
Yeah, I found another
You
2.
have some, right?
So I gave one to Zora, and
I
then
have
Foss
some.
has to get one.
I have some, don't worry.
We also could fight the snow boss at some point.
I don't think we're quite ready.
Oh, probably
It's
not.
like after the bee.
Bye. Sorry. Sorry. Thank you for the care package, Carrot.
You know, I wish we had a Tinkerer already, but we can't find. I can't find them.
Stinkerer.
I thought the
like-
Goblin Tinker was in the dungeon.
Nope, it's still the Goblin army,
Well, the goblet's
Oh.
done.
Well, that goblin's
which we've
gone.
done, but we haven't found a Goblin Tinkerer yet.
Do you like it?
Also,
cereal.
I hope you guys have bombs. I only have 19.
That's enough.
I have 31.
Alright, that's more than enough.
So funny.
Okay.
Yeah, I like the whip sound effect.
Blah. Ow.
Bleh. I see you're so... How do you get there so fast?
So I didn't turn around. Also, I don't gotta worry about fall damage. I got.
The cleanup song.
I gotta sew off that I can collect stars as good as Faust.
I don't know what to tell you. I just like start. I also... The only thing I really use them for is to make enchanted worms. So
Like, that's really
Wow, wow,
useful.
wow.
Don't get me wrong. And I want to play this again soon already.
it's pretty
You
cool,
won't have to
huh?
wait 2 weeks this time.
I hope not. Foss better not be busy for like a month.
Uh, it, if we do it on like Thursdays, I think it's chill. I'm usually just
fine with
busy
that.
on weekends.
So I can only stream Monday and Thursday. I don't mind.
I thought it was Monday and Wednesday.
I normally do, but I want to stream this with you guys. So I change schedule temporarily.
That's so sweet. Why don't you just stream
'Cause
3 days?
I don't have time to do that. Not really.
Oh, that's fair.
I got time to stream 2 days a week.
Understandable. What the hell? What kind of way?
Why was my hips wiggling like that? Wait, watch this.
Ew.
Hold on, let me hit it
Okay.
again.
Ew. I don't really want to see your.
Pleasure shop.
Are you listening to Pleasure Shop?
Are you not?
No.
Girl.
Oh my god, sorry.
Oh my god. Are you listening to something else?
I'm listening to Marcel.
Okay, what was that?
I don't know if you've ever seen Friends, but there's a monkey named Marcel in that show.
Okay, well that's
You saw the monkey's name, not
see.
Zora?
Oh.
you find any of the things yet?
Yes, I'm breaking the second one.
I'm coming, don't worry. Ouch. I'm
Man.
taking damage. Tee. I get to set up an IRL pics. Yeah. Thank you. Oh man, there's no campfire here.
Fix your music.
Okay. I don't wanna fix it.
Leave the thing and come back.
Are we ready? Are we ready? Too late.
Oh my god.
I'm so ready.
The boss is here.
Good morning.
Are boss summons out? I don't see them.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, not anymore.
Meow.
We blew up half the arena.
Bleh.
It's the small little circles we gotta fight. That's the south bar.
Oh. Bleh. Oh my god, Charlie.
Oh my god, a traveling merchant? I'm gonna absolutely freak.
It's okay, he just arrived, so surely it's like
Oh my god.
chill.
Hey,
Find the real
don't
one.
hug him.
Don't hug him, okay? Feeling like hugging him.
Why is it so much easier this time?
Because you have more health.
Meow. The meow is so
It's
cute.
so nice
Why
having
is he
them.
on me?
Oh,
Okay, well I really hope we win.
surely you do. Oh, it's so close. You guys got that for sure.
I don't know which one the real one anymore is now.
Super big
Right
monitor.
side.
That's 49
side.
inches. Is your workstation?
Now we gotta wait until Foss gets over here.
That's so nice. Oh, um.
I have one wormhole person. Do you have any, Zora?
No, it's okay. I have
Uh-uh.
one. Don't worry.
Okay.
Yippee! Thank you.
Alright, I'm going home to see that traveling merchant.
It's raining. 3 months of snow. It's been so long since I've seen the sky or rain. I love the rain, but I
love
like snow
it
as a
all.
lot as well. I'm happy that you're happy though. Put your yo-yo away. I don't like
Man,
it.
he doesn't even have the thing I want. This guy
Aww.
sucks.
Kill him, kill him.
I wish I could.
Kill him.
Oh yeah, I never did pick up the item that last heart dropped. Oh well.
Surely it's chill in a regular style.
We did it,
Look
though.
at all
Don't be
these
afraid.
trees! I did a good job, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, you did.
I mean, I love farming.
I thought you were gonna say, man, I love farming and planting trees. Like a
No.
weirdo. Did anybody get anything good? I didn't get anything.
I got a brain in a jar. I got the
I get like tissue samples.
I got brain of confusion.
Oh, I got
and
54.
Everything else
Oh, I
auto
think you got
stacked.
them.
I don't know what it was.
I don't like this brain of
Check this
Cthulhu
shit out.
thing.
I don't want to check that out. Thank you so much.
Ow!
Bleh. You hate winter so badly. Aww. Winter's my favorite one. We're all good though.
Here's Aura. So I know you probably make the most stuff out of it.
I'm excited for flower season.
Because the only thing I make out of it is the blood rainbow, I think.
Blood rainbow. That's kind of
Yeah.
awesome.
Oh, you know what? Never mind. That's not how I get it.
I think
I hear
that was
from Wandering
successful.
Eye, Fist, and Zombie.
I think we did good.
We did so good.
We did so good.
We did so good.
We did really good.
Yeah.
Is it that time?
Yeah. Well, actually, first, what do we want to do next time we play?
Oh.
We're not ready to fight Skeletron.
Probably the bee.
Probably the
Oh
bees,
yeah, bees.
which means we need to get max health for everyone.
We're so close.
Close.
Jinx! Who wants to bark first?
Oh,
It's all
I already gave
you.
Foster plenty of barking.
You didn't
What?
give me plenty of barking. You just give one audio
but-
clip.
Which is yours.
Like certified.
You could replay on repeat. Like that's plenty. Like, come on. Like come
That
on.
doesn't count as like a lot.
Like
If I
come
bark
on.
one time and you listen to it 100 times, that doesn't really mean
It means
anything.
plenty.
Okay, well, I guess so. If you say so.
I say so.
Okay.
Do you want to do a raid boss?
Yeah, that would be so awesome.
Do
You
you
didn't ask
have
me.
any? You're not reading, or you're not streaming.
Sora,
I'm gonna
you
write
can.
up for her.
Yeah, you can. You can. You can
Yeah.
type it.
That's
Um,
sick.
You can type it for both of us. How about that?
Do you?
I don't know if I got that dog in me.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my goodness.
He's
Do
weak.
you have someone that you want to rate?
I'm looking at my list.
She let me pick.
You know what? Yeah, go pick.
Alright, let's rate Azu.
I was thinking
That
that
works.
too.
I don't. I'm not following Azu yet, so
Don't
as
worry,
soon as
let's
we're
see
in.
if I can do this.
My raid message is Ice Baby, by the way. I don't know what Fox is.
This is Fox Raid.
Fox raid. So
work.
we're gonna. So I'm gonna change it up. We're gonna do Ice Fox Baby.
Wait, that's really cute. I like that. Yippee, yippee, yippee.
Whoa, it worked.
Oh my god, it actually procced on mine. Did it proc on
Did it work?
Foster's?
I don't have a thing that says. Oh,
There
Wow, it's
goes.
working.
wow, it's working.
I'm in charge.
Okay, that's nice.
Kind of
Anyway,
scary.
I'll be live playing Amori tomorrow. I see when are
I'll
you
be
gonna
live
be live?
Monday.
He's gonna be
Monday.
live Monday. Y'all better show up to
Playing
both of
Neho.
those.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
thank you very
and,
much.
and karaoke at 750 followers.
Yo! That's so awesome. That's so awesome.
So
Oh yeah, everybody
push it. We're gonna push it.
follow this guy. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Goodbye, everyone. I hope you have a great night. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. I don't have like a little send button.
I
No,
don't
don't worry, I
have it
sent
either.
You got it? Okay.
Yeah, I got it.
Thank you. Yippee.
Thanks.
Oh, it like doesn't auto